like that. But nice calling it out. I need to have a way that I can reconnect on the other streams or something. But it literally said the stream is done. Now maybe YouTube, like, I don't know. It was connection reset by peer. And connection reset by peer doesn't mean I stopped sending it data. That means that it decided it no longer wanted to receive my data. So it ain't on me. I'm gonna take a piss. Yeah, that's so strange. But both are up now. Should be. Ah, shit, since, so YouTube chat, I need to change the YouTube, chat link again. Restart the stream. YouTube will create a new chat link and a new video link. So, okay. We're back outside. We're back at the party. We're ready to blast. It's time to get lit. It's your boy, Gummozo, at it again. Okay. And back. And live. And refresh. And live. And, okay. Nope. You. No. How do I? Okay. Now I want to get my chat back on YouTube. View channel. Live. Refresh. Oh God, I hear myself. Okay. Alright, we have chat. Yeah, weird. YouTube literally kicked me. So like what do I do? What do I do? How do I have any say in that? 2 streams in 1 day. Okay, we just extended this to 2 inches. What I really need is like a more rigid rod that goes up in this bitch. I don't know how tight that taper gets. But I need like a way to like mount this and sweep, and I don't know. Whatever. This is fine. It's fine. It's not great. It's fine. Okay. So 2 inches. I am scared what's gonna happen when we get even closer in. We're gonna touch off. And we know it's going to be high, so I'm actually going to pre-indicate on this side. Okay, so 9. We got 9 reading there, maybe 10. We're going to come around. Wait, what? Huh. Maybe it's no longer high. Maybe we hit a tipping point. Okay, let's say 60. And then we're dropping. No. No, we're still increasing. 64. $55. And climbing. 70. 55. And 75. No, 65. 54. And 66. Okay, we're going to say 54, 66. 54 and 66, and that's at 2.0. 52 and 66. Whatever. There's 52 again. Okay. Happy with that. Okay. Let's go. Whoodle-up. Skiddle-doop. Scoop-a-doop. Then we'll go to 3 inches. Okay. Let's get the indicator in here. Come on. Okay. Scoop. All right, let's say 74. And 56. 75. And 57. 75. And 57. All right, so we have 75 and 57 at 3.0. That's like Twitch chat's GPA right there, 3.0. Get it? Because you guys are smart. And we'll go. Okay, bam, bar, and scoop. Okay, and then this is 3.75, which is the max indicated travel. And it looks like it will get in there. Nice. Nice. Okay, let's say 74. Off the charts? What? Okay, we gotta go real deep then. Uh, 70, 80, 90, 100. Wait. 70, 80, 90, 100, 110, 120. 124. Let's say 125. And we go whoop. 125 and 63. 126 and 62. 126 and 64. Okay, we'll say 126 and 63. 126 and 63 at 3.75. All right. Now, we got to do math. Raise your hand if you're excited for math, chat. Math time. Woo-doo-doo-boop. Gonna do math. It's math time. Scoot-doo-doo. Math time. Gonna do math at math time. Scoot-doo-doo. Math time. Boop boop doo. Math time. I'm gonna do math. I'm gonna do math. Okay, 1/16 is 0.0625. All right, now we have to do all the deltas. So 98 minus 45 is 53. 74 minus 26 is 48. 66 minus 54 is 12. 57 minus 75 is negative 18. And 63 minus 126 is negative 63. Holy big dick. 53, okay. 98.45. 74.26. 66.54. 57.75. 63.126. So 53.48, 12, 8, negative 18, negative 63. All right. And now, let's go do a linear regression here. Math time, gonna do math using a linear regression. 0.0625. And then we have a 1, a 2, a 3, and a 3.75. Then we have a 53. We have a 48. Then we have a 12. Then a negative 18. And then we have a negative 63. 53, 48, 12, negative 18, negative 63, 0.0625. 1, 2, 3, 3.75. Here we go. Doing math. Doing it live. Okay. We got an r squared of 937. That's not bad. So yeah, it looks like we had 1 point. We had 1 point at the start. 2 points at the start that are kind of the same, and then we had kind of a linear slope here, and then we had one big fall off, which is kind of interesting. So this is as we extend it out. So as it's close, it's good, and then as it gets further out, and the question is this good? Is it running straight here? Do we want to correct for this? Because ultimately, basically, the way you think about it is, as this x increases, we're sticking out the spindle more. This x is in inches, the y is in micron, right? So as the spindle comes out more, it starts high 50, and then it starts drooping down, and then it droops down a lot more. Now, is that just as it sticks out, it droops down more? Well, that shouldn't really be the case, because there's so much engagement in that spindle that it should be fine, right? So maybe this data point was erroneous, the second data point. I mean, the slope is kind of the slope. So 45.98, so 45 on the bottom, and that means it's low. So these are kind of the inverse of the way we think about it. So these spots are low, and then it gets high. Where it needs to be pushed down. Yeah. So this graph is actually inverted across the y-axis. Okay. So that means it's actually getting higher. So we've actually tipped it up too high. And we've tipped it up too high by roughly what this slope is, actually half of what this slope is. And the reason it's half of what the slope is because we're plotting the delta between the high spot and the low spot. And in reality, when we shift it up, we're taking from the high and we're giving to the low, right? So the point where it would be centered is actually halfway between. So this slope, we actually want to kind of divide all the numbers by 2. So if we divide the slope by 2, that is the adjustment that we need to perform, I think. That's the way I see it. Or does the slope not need to get divided by... No, I think the slope needs to be divided by 2. I'm pretty sure that's how it works. Thoughts? Chat? Thoughts? So basically it's raised up too high. I think we do need to divide the slope by 2. The slope is 3153. So basically 31 micron per inch. And if we divide that by 2, 31.53 divided by 2 is 15.76. Do we divide the slope by 2? I think so, because we'd want to divide all of those deltas by 2. Isn't that how math works, chat? Um, 3153, 3153. Because what I want to compute is how much I need to adjust it with shims. And I need to adjust it... Like, if it was 30 micron low, I'd want to put 15 micron of shim in. Because the 15 micron will add to the low spot and subtract from the high spot. So I think I do want to half it. And to half it, I think I take that slope and I divide it by 2. Right? Which would be 15.765. I think. Am I coping? Is that how math works? I feel like that's how it works. When I want to adjust a single point, that's how it works, but what about the slope? Yeah, I think dividing the slope by 2 is not giving me the difference between the high and the low spots. It's giving me the offset from center. Right? Dividing it by 2 is giving me the difference from the center point. Cope? I don't know. I think that's how math works. The highest and lowest readings is what needs to be divided? You might be right. Why do I have to go back to my stream to get the chat open? It's annoying. Oh god, I hear myself. Okay. Interesting. Interesting. And then can I go back or is it going to reset? Okay, we can now go back. So am I going to get a different slope if I divide the high and the lows by 2? Is that what I want to do, though? Because I have the high spot and the low spot, right? I've measured basically the top and the bottom. And basically, I know that if I was measuring it, and if the top said 100 and the bottom said 0, then I would want to raise up the bottom by 50 micron, and then the bottom would say 50, and the top, since I moved it up, it will move further away from the indicator, and it would indicate 50 as well, right? And that's why I view that I need to have the number. And am I not supposed to have the difference? I mean, having the two numbers before is the same as having the difference. You can do the average of high and the average of low divided by 2. I mean, I'm pretty sure I can just divide it by 2, because I could compute the average. I could take like 45 plus 98, divide it by 2, that gives me a halfway point, and then that halfway point, I can subtract 48 from that, and it says 23.5 is the offset. But that's also the same as 53 divided by 2. No, it's not. That's a different number. Oh, that is different. Isn't that what I'd want to do, is I want to take the 45 plus 98, which is the two readings at the top and the bottom, divide it by 2, which gives me the halfway point between the two numbers, which tells me where I would want the indicator to have read on the top and the bottom for it to have been perfectly centered. And then I want to compute how much I want to add from the bottom to get to that point, right? So in this case, I have 45 and 98 for the two data points. I don't know if this is readable for you, but I have 45 and 98. Add those together, 143 divided by 2, 71.5. Right, so 71.5 should be the same distance from 45 as it is from 98, right? 45, it's 26 and a half, and then from 98, it's negative 26 and a half. And that's different from 98 minus 45 over 2. Okay, that's good to know, because 71.5 minus 45... No, it is the same number. Okay, that's what I thought. I must have typoed. Yeah, it's the same number. You can just have the difference, right? Having the difference gives you the center point. So I was right. You just half the fucking number. It's that easy. So if I take these numbers and I have all of them, that's the same as having the slope, or maybe not, but we'll just have all of them here. Okay? So, and I'm also going to invert them, so we can see that it's getting high as it sticks out. So 0.0625, then we have a 1, then we have a 2, then a 3, then a 3.75, and then half of 53 is negative 26.5. Then we want a half of 48, which is negative 24. And then I want to have 12, which is negative 6. And then I want to have 18, which is 9. And then I want to have negative 63, which is 31.5, right? So we halved all of the values, which gives us the amount we need to offset it. So this is saying that towards the end, it's getting high, so calculate. Okay, so there we have it in perspective of, like, as we are inching out the tailstock, it's getting higher and higher, right? So, and this is now saying, instead of the delta between the high and the low spot, this is saying how high or how low it is, how high or how low it needs to be adjusted. So negative, like this negative 20 says that I need to move it up 20. And this positive 40 says I need to move it down 20. So basically what I want to do is take that slope, and I want to make the slope 0, right? And to make the slope 0, I need to add a shim in the back. So as I get further out in the tailstock, I need to push the tailstock up such that it cancels this out, right? So I want to shim up the back of the tailstock until it is coming up flat. So this is saying that the tailstock has too few shims in the back, and I need to shim out the back of the tailstock to counteract that slope, right? Now the tricky part is, isn't this an optimal transport problem? I don't fucking know. I don't know what that is. Now, okay. I don't know, maybe we're doing hard math, but I don't think we are. I think we're doing some basic math. Now, here is the hard part. In my head, we'll go to manual focus. Autofocus is doing fine. Okay, so the tricky part is that where we're measuring is changing location, right? The base of this is not moving. So this is fixed to the ways of the lathe, right? This is not moving. So as this comes out, we're measuring further and further away, right? So if we think about this as the slope, right? So let's grab this and the calculator and this. Grab everything, go back over to the lathe. Okay, I got a calculator. Got that. Got a pencil. Okay, so effectively, what we have done is we have measured for people who want to get up to date with what we just did, and why it's confusing and why it's important to get this right, in my opinion, is what we did is this ram, this spindle comes out. So right now it's sticking out at 3.75 inches according to where it's indicated on this. So basically I've lined up this flat machine surface here with this 3.75. So maybe I can take you off for a little journey quick. Right? So here you can see we have this flat machine surface. And what I'm doing is I'm taking a measurement of this ruler. So the ruler is graduated in inches. And you can see right now it's on 3.75, which is the maximum extension of the spindle. Okay, and basically what we've done is I started off with this retracted fully back, and retracted fully back, it indicates 1/16 of an inch, so 0.0625. Then what I did is I measure on the bottom, and I measure on the top, right? And I take those two measurements. So let's say right now at 3.75, my measurements were 126 on the bottom and 63 on the top. So that means that the bottom is closer to the indicator, which means that the bottom is up higher, right? So this is saying that the bottom is reading 126, top at 63, and the halfway point between those would be what it would actually indicate if we were to, if it were perfectly centered at 3.75 inches and we swept across it, we would see half of the halfway point between those. So 126 plus 63 divided by 2 is 94 and a half. So if it was perfectly centered, rather than being too high, we would see 94 and a half on the bottom and 94 and a half on the top. And what we're actually seeing is 126 on the bottom, which means it's pushing on the indicator more, which is causing the indicator to increase in value, which means that the bottom is closer, which means that this is up higher. Basically, if the top number is bigger, then it's low, and if the bottom number is bigger, then it's high, right? And then what I did is I took the deltas between them. So I subtracted and got the difference, and I got 53, 48, 12, negative 18, and negative 63. That is giving the delta between the high and the low point, and then we take those numbers and we halve those, and that will give us the amount that they need to be adjusted. So basically their deviation from center. Where basically a way to think about it is like this is a diameter and what we want is a radius. Because when we adjust this, when we move it up, if we were to take this and we were to push it because it's 63 micron, reading 63 micron delta higher, if we were to move it up 63 micron, it would be too high. If we were to push it down 63 micron, it would be way too low. Because when we push it down, we're subtracting from one of the readings and adding to the other reading, right? So there's give and take there. And that's why we need to have it, because what we actually want to do is we want to push it down half of 63. If we pushed it down 63, then we would basically flip these readings. We would have one be one, it would then be 63 the other way. It would be positive 63, right? And what we want it to be is 0. We want there to be no delta. And no delta would be adjusting it by half of that distance, if that makes sense. Okay, so then what we did is we took those measurements at 1/16 an inch, 1 inch, 2 inches, 3 inches, and 3.75. So that number in inches is literally what this ruler is indicating. So 0, or 0.0625, is fully retracted. And then as we're extending it, we're taking more and more measurements, and we're doing the same thing. And we took 5 different measurements here. So what we did is we took those measurements and we put them into a linear regression calculator online, right? And this is showing, and this is with the numbers halved and inverted. So what this is saying is basically this is saying the x-axis, so it starts at 0, and 0 is fully retracted. So think about it as we increase on the x-axis, we're extending the spindle, right? And the problem is the spindle's on the opposite of this, but just ignore that. Think that we flip this around and the spindle's going this way. So as we're extending the spindle, this is the deviation from center. So it comes out at 0 inches and at 1 inch, it's about 22 micron too low off of center. And then as we keep extending it, it's coming out higher and higher and higher, to the point that at 3.75 inches, it's reading about 30 micron too high, which means that we need to push it down 30 micron. And what's interesting here and difficult in my head to think about is how does that translate into these shims? Because what's interesting is that the amount of adjustment on the shims technically is a function of how far it's sticking out, because we're probing at the end, right? So if you think about it, of like the width of this is about 9 inches, I think. Let me grab a ruler, or just a tape measure is fine. And we're gonna do this in inches. It's weird that we're mixing units, but it's just easy to use what's on the scale. So this is about 9 inches. The base of this is 9 inches. So if you think about it as like, how does that translate to slope in terms of if we add shims in the back and we're moving this up, technically, as we extend this, it's, right, as it's closed in, it's 9 inches, because as we raise and lower it, it's basically adjusting where we measured. But as we extend it, it's now at 14 inches, where it's a slightly different, like, slope, if that makes sense. I don't know if that's actually the case. I don't know if that actually matters. But in my head, it does matter. Like, the way I think about it is that does matter. And maybe that explains why this is kind of exponential, potentially. Because as you get further away, are you amplifying the issue in your shims? And as you're close, you're not amplifying that? Like, could that explain this curve? So, it is the same slope. That's what I initially thought. But I'm second guessing that. Aren't you measuring the tilt? Yes, that's the only thing I care about, is the tilt. That's the only thing I care about. Displacement is different at the end, but the slope is the same. Yeah, assuming this is a cylinder, which it is. We actually measured that. The outside of this is a cylinder. We don't know about the bore that it's going into. We don't know if that's cylindrical or fucked or a sine wave. Obviously, it's supposed to be a cylinder. We don't necessarily know how that is worn or how that's behaved. So, let's see. And measure tilt relative to its center point. I can't measure a center point, right? What I'm doing right now is the most accurately I can measure a center. I can't measure a center because I don't, there's no such thing as a center, right? The center is with respect to the rotational axis, which is what I've just done. Like, what I just did is relative to the center point. You can't measure the actual difference from center because there's no way that you could precisely measure that. If it drops 10 parts per inch and the shims are 9 inches apart, you need 90 parts at one end to counter the slope. That is originally what I was doing. And I'm kind of curious if that's the case, and I think it is, because really what you're talking about is the parallelism, and what we measured is the slope here, and the parallelism is the same regardless of how far it's sticking out. It could be sticking out 10 light years, and you're still just measuring the parallelism between the base and this. So I think you are right. What I don't actually know where the bearing points are in here, but I think I could just ballpark that as it's not the whole width of this. It's probably more like 8 inches. It's like probably, maybe it's like 7.5, because it's kind of like, but probably the average, the center point of these two shims, and this shim is sticking out, so like probably making contact on average in the center here and here. So I think what we can say is 7.5. So let's say the base is between the shims is 7.5 inches. And the slope is, so it's tilting up. So right now this is saying it's tilting up 2.165. Oh, where the stick out does matter is the intercept, right? Because I want to correct for center and slope at the same time, right? So when we put shims in here and we change the slope, right? Like if we were to shim up just here and basically we have to pick what point we're hinging around. So if we were to just raise up at 0, we were to just raise up at 0 to 40, then we're just consistently high. What I want to do is, first of all, flatten the line such that the slope is 0, but I also want the y-intercept to also be 0, right? So when I shim up the back, I'm going to be tilting it down, which is going to be tilting this slope down and counteracting that, but it's going to be rotating around a point like down here, right? It would be rotating around the center point. If this is 7.5 inches, so like 3.25 inches, so basically if you were to continue this line at 7.5 inches further, right, that's basically the back point, and we're adding shims here, but we're not pivoting around like 0 or wherever we want. So we need to make both of those adjustments at the same time, right? Why do I have to re-fucking click my stream every time I want to view chat? It's an ass. I think you're probably going to make a better assessment if you graph all the top readings on one line and the bottom readings on another. You have a centered insert? What do you mean when I have an insert? I can't, there's no way I can measure a center point. There's just, what I'm doing right now is the most accurate way I can measure a center point. Are you saying like I can jam a live center in it? But how do I measure center? Right? Like how do you measure a single point? You can't. And second of all, adding this in here is now adding more noise because this is not going to be perfect, right? This is not going to be perfectly parallel. There's probably more error in this alone, single-handedly this alone, than what we're already observing in here, right? This probably has 1,000th of run out. Maybe a little bit better. This is a very nice part. Maybe half a thousandth of run out. So measuring this, it's not measuring center. It's measuring a different point on a different tool. But it's not an absolute position. Because this has error, just like everything else has error. Everything has slop. Everything has error. So this will have less error because I have fewer components. The more components I add, the more error will accumulate. And if I stick that in there, and let's say this is angled upwards, like this has a slight tilt up, and this has a slight tilt down, then I'm going to counteract it, and I'm going to be like, oh wow, everything's bang on, when it's not. Because I'm just coincidentally stacking these up so they cancel each other out. But I could also do the opposite, where this is tilted up and this is tilted up, and I stack them together and I've added their errors, and now I'm really fucked because I'm saying that it's like super high when it's actually not. I don't know what you're saying about graphing the top readings and the bottom readings. To me, what I need to do, maybe better to fix the slope than adjust the height after. Yeah, that's probably the case. I know I could do the math. Like, really, all I need to do is I need to extend this line from here, and I need to measure from here to this point to determine basically how far back to the first bearing point, and then how far back to the back bearing point. And then that would tell me how to adjust it. And that's what I want to do. Because I want to... Basically, if I can save an op where I don't have to... If I do it in 2 passes, I have to come back and do these measurements again. And those measurements take 10 minutes, 15 minutes. And Eventually, I'm going to have way more data points than this. Eventually, I'm going to be taking 20 or 30 data points, or I'm going to do like each eighth of an inch. So I get a true view of all of the curves. Right now, I'm trying to just get an average slope. But eventually, I'll want to see like all the properties. And what I'd like to do is skip one round of iteration, right? Because that round of iteration has a cost. Now, obviously, talking about this and doing the math and being on stream and talking through what I'm trying to do, obviously, it takes more time than just fucking shimming it and trying a couple times. But what I want to do is I want to take this, I want to continue this graph out, and I want to actually compute, assuming these 2 points, like the center of this shim and the center of bearing point on this shim, are the 2 bearing points. And I want to extend out this graph and compute what I need to do for the front and the back to cancel out the slope and bring the y-intercept into position. And it's just good to brush up on math like that. So it's tough. It's a systems of equations. I have to decide what I want to do, right? Do I want to do more trial and error here, or do I want to do math? Personally, my view is math, because trial and error, first of all, I think trial and error takes more time. Second of all, math should be more accurate, which is kind of weird, but it's true. Okay. So, we're going to find the equation. We're going to grab that equation from the website, which is a slope of 15.76x plus negative 34.14. So 15.76x plus negative 34.14. Okay. All right, now I don't have to keep switching those windows, because each time I do that, I think I miss out on chat. So I'm sorry if I've missed any chat messages. If you've had a chat message I haven't responded to, I'm sorry. You can ask it again. Now I'll see it, because I'm actually connected back into those chat rooms again. So, all right. So we have 15.76x plus negative 34.14. And I'm just going to draw out the graph for a visual representation, because I like doing that. It makes my life easy. So we're going to say y, x, and effectively, and we'll have that go down 4 points as well. And let's just say negative 1, 2, 3, negative 34 here. And then the final point was, so the first data point, and then that last data point was like 40-ish. But really all I care about is the slope. So negative 34 here. And then let's go, let's say this is an inch, so 2 is an inch. 3, and we got to go further. And that's 4 inches. Okay, so then we have at 3.75, which is this point here. What this is saying is 15.76 times, let's just say 4, we'll go all the way out. And then minus 34.14 and 28.9. So we have 1, 2, 3. So that's 30. So just a smidge under 30. Let's just say that is 28.9. Okay. And then let me grab a straight edge, which I think I have a straight edge out somewhere. Maybe I put it away. I did. Bet you didn't think we'd be doing math today, chat. Okay. All right. I like math. All right, and then we'll just write this out. So this is 4, comma 28.9, and then this is 0, comma negative 34.14. Okay. I don't know if that's readable at all. So 428.9, let's double check that. 15.76 times 4 minus 34.14, 28.9. Yep. So we have 28.9 and then 34.14. So that is basically the slope as the spindle comes out, as we push that out. And then what I want to do, I think, is I want to find from this machine surface back to the center point here where the shims are, because the center point, assuming that the shim is flat and the two mating surfaces are flat, then the center point of the shim is going to be the average contact point, and then we'll do the same thing back here. Actually, back here is kind of interesting. Yeah, I think we can safely just say the center points of those shims. These measurements don't have to be perfect. We just want them to be close. So I'm going to grab one other thing here. And hopefully this is long enough for what we need to do. Yes. Okay. So, what we're going to do is slam this on this face, right? And then we'll take this, and we'll measure roughly to the center, and I'm going to flip this around so I can read here. Okay. And then all I really care about is ballpark measurements here. So we want this to... Okay, I just want this to be flat on that surface. Touch this off. So we're going to say 40 millimeters for the first point. And then we're going to say 225. So 40 and 225. Okay. So we're going to say 40 millimeters and 225 millimeters. And that is relative to this flat surface here. And that flat surface there is what we are using as the 0 point, right? So what we're doing is we're going backwards on the graph, further back to find our other points. So, all right. So we have our first shim, and we have to convert these into inches real quick. So we had 40 millimeters, 25.4, so we had 1.57 inches. So we have 1.57 inches. And then 225 divided by 25.4 is 8.85. 8.8, actually 8.86 inches. Okay. When you explain things like you do, is this something you've always done, or is it something you do for stream? I don't know. I feel like it's kind of just a stream of consciousness of how I think and how I do things. Obviously, it's not exactly how I think in my head, but I think it's a pretty close view. I think I'm pretty good at communicating when I don't necessarily understand something I'm doing, right? When I don't understand if this being out further matters for the slope, because I feel like it does matter for something, and I'm not 100% sure why, and I don't want to make a quick call on, like, whether I'm right or wrong, because I want to think about it and, like, prove to myself that it's right or wrong. Because gut feelings are often wrong. And I've learned to not trust my gut feeling. Okay, so we're going to go back. That's 1 inch. 2 inch, 3 inch, 4 inch, 5, 6, and now we're not to scale, which is a shame. So at 1.57, so we'll say 1.5, so somewhere around here. So 1.5, and then the 8 point is going to be off the graph, unfortunately. Let's go here, bam, bam. Okay. So this is our first bearing point. We'll call this like B1. And then way out even further, and we're just going to say it's here, we have B2, right? And these bearing points are, so this is at negative 1.57, and then the other one's at negative 8.86. So negative 1.57 inches, and then negative 8.86. And effectively, these are the 2 points that we can correct, right? We can't correct at these points. We can't move this point down. We can only move this up, which is what we need to do. We need to shim up the back, and we also, looks like we need to shim up the front. So we need to shim up this such that that contacts 0. And effectively, the distance between here and here is just continuing this function. So we're going to say x is 1.57. It's really simple math. So 1.57, negative 1.57 times 15.76 is negative 24, and then subtract off 34.14, and we get this is at negative 1.57, comma, negative 58 just negative 58. Actually, negative 59, we'll say. But since this is in micron, we don't really need any more sig figs than the microns, because we're not going to have any more say than 1 micron here. Honestly, with these shims, we're not going to really have any more say than 25 micron. So 59 here. And then for this, we're at negative 8.86, comma, and we'll do the same thing, 8.86, assuming that these are actually the bearing points, and we're kind of taking some liberties in that, and there's really nothing we can do. 15.76, and then 34.14, and now we're at negative 174. So negative 174. And really, what we need to do is we need to make both of those 0. So we need to add shims, add 174 micron of shims in the back, and we need to add 60 micron of shims in the front. That's my view. Assuming that this is actually a linear slope. Why not do the old-fashioned way to make an axle and measure the deviation and slope of the axle? Maybe I'm just not familiar with that method. Because my view is I can't make anything that is square or parallel to this. It would take like 100 hours to make something square and parallel enough to this, in my opinion. Like, if I wanted to jam something in here that I could measure, arguably I could maybe try and like cut something out or like make a part using these parts, and maybe that's the common way, but in my head I just don't think I can do that, and maybe I'm wrong. Okay, so we're gonna add 174 micron of shims in the back and 59 micron of shims in the front, and we get to deal with whatever the shims are that we have access to. Woo! Okay, so we have Where am I? Here we go. So I have 1 thou shims, which are 25 micron. And I only have 4 of them left. So what I can do is I can add 2 thou in the front on each side, and that will go up 50. So we're going to add 50 to the front. So the final decision, actually we're going to add 25.4 times 2. So yeah, we're going to add 51. So we're going to add 51 to the front. And to the back, 174. And let's see what I have for shims. I've got a 254. I've got a 127. Let's also take into account what we have on here already. Now keep in mind, when I put shims on here, I'm potentially going to change where things are. So right now, it's important to note that right now I have 2 1 thou shims and a 15 thou shim. So that is 381 plus 25 plus 25. So 381 plus 25 plus 25. So we're at 431 on the front already. So, and we're going to add an additional 50. I'm not going to say 51. I'm just going to go by the number that's on the shims to make it easy. 50 plus, and I forgot what number I said, 431. 50 plus 381 is 431. Okay, yep. So 431. 431 is what we had on there. Okay. And let's double check the other side. That should also be the same thing. Yep, we got 2 thou plus a 15 thou. Bam. So that's what we had there. And then on the back, I think we just have 1 thou on each. Yep. So we had a 1 thou on each, which is plus 25. So let's just say plus 25. So I need to go an additional 60 on that on the front and an additional 175 on the back. And let's see. I want to use as few shims as possible because the more shims, the more you accumulate oils and gunk and shit between them. So let's see if we can accomplish this. The total that we need here is 431 plus 50. So 481. I have a 508. Oh, I actually want 59. Ideally, I do 431, which is existing, plus 59, which is the math. That plus 50 was just hopes and dreams. Assuming I was putting 2 thou. So what I want is 490. So the desired target is 490. And I'm going to say was, and then was, okay. And then the new target is going to be 490 as the total amount. And then the target here is going to be 174 plus 25, which is 199. Is this a 3 or a 4 claw machine? In terms of jaws, it depends on the chuck, right? So if I have a 4-jaw chuck, right, I have a 4-jaw chuck, although it is broken. I just had a piece break on it, unfortunately. I'm going to have to remachine those. That's going to be the first thing I machine when my tailstock's doing better. But I have a 3-jaw, 4-jaw, and a collet chuck. So 4-jaw, obviously I can indicate, and I can indicate that in straight, but I can't have a piece that is straight from here to here. Because it's pretty much impossible to get a piece of material that's that straight. I don't have like a I would need to get like a gauge cylinder, and a gauge cylinder that's this size is just not really going to be big enough in the first place. Okay, it's just going to have too much flex and bend. So let's go to 199 on the back, and let's see how close we can get. I have a 127 and a 254. And, okay, so I've got a 76. No, those are in the wrong spot. Okay. Okay. So I have 76. And I've got... Why are there so many fucking extra cardboards in here? Yeah! This is brutal. Get in there. Okay. I've got 76, 127s, and 25s. And I want 199. So 199 minus 127 is 72. So we're going to do a 127 and a 76. So a 127 and a 76. That's going to give us 203. So that's 4 micron more than we wanted. Okay? Assuming we're doing math correctly. And we'll do the same thing, a 76 and a 127. Okay. Just want to line this up better. All right. Looks like that's bearing on the close side here. So we'll probably be a little bit off in where we estimated the contact points to be. But there's really nothing we can do about that, right? We're not going to magically be able to solve that. And I dropped all these shims in my chip tray. Sick. I'm gonna grab all the shims out of the chip tray. Boop. And I think that was the last one. Yeah, looks like it. Okay, so now we want to get to 490. I have a 508. It might be hard to beat 508. Just one shim. 508 minus 25 is 483. Yeah, that's closer. So let's see if we can hit that. So what I need is 19 thou. And I have 3. And I have a 15. I could do a 15, a 3, and a 1. So 381, a 76, and a 25 is 482. So that's 8 off. Okay, we'll do that. We'll do a 15. A 3. 15, a 3, and then a 1 thou. A 1 and a 1. And we'll set all these to the side. Put a laser pointer in the chuck? Well, the laser pointer isn't going to be centered. like that's the thing. You got to understand is the laser pointer isn't going to be centered in its body. Like, you got to make sure that the diode is perfectly centered inside of whatever its body or holder is, and it's just not going to be. It's not going to be at the level that we're talking about, right? We're talking about like 5 micron. I mean, if we're doing like interferometry, then yeah, we're fine. Okay, so let's do the final math on this. Uh, 25, 76, 381. So we're going to 482. We're going to make note of that. So 482. So we're going to be 8 micron too short up front, and we're going to be 4 micron too tall in the back. Anyone want to place bets? On how it will turn out? Are we gonna nail it? Okay. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. The shims are in. Now we need to put this back in on center. Okay. So she's close to center, and then we have to indicate in center here, and we'll do that. Let's clamp this down quick. Oop. You can tell there's the shims in here. I have to back this nut off a bit. A little bit more. A little bit less. A little bit more. Come on. Trying to find the right amount of tension, in my opinion. Gonna do a smidgen more. Okay. All right, so she's clamped down, and let's see where it's coming in at. We'll go to 1/2 inch. To start off. Come on, get in there. Okay. And we're reading 10, and then we're off the charts. Okay. So this part, it needs to come towards the camera. No. Away from the camera. That was too far. Okay. 0. And off the charts. So now we need to come towards the camera. It's probably too far. 70. And off the charts. So we'll bump this 70. Let's try to go to... Okay, like that. That's like 40. Okay, let's go to 20. Okay, 25, 10. 25 plus 10 is 35, divided by 2 is like 17 and a half or something. I don't know. Okay, just a little bit more. Oh, that's too much. Huh? Maybe not. That is 16. 11. 14. 15. 30. 25. Huh, okay. Gotta come back over now. Come on. Come on. $4.40. Damn it. So what happens when you use an indicator that doesn't have enough travel for what you're doing? I don't really, kind of working blind because I'm going out of bounds, but whatever. 15, 25. I think I just want to hit 20. A little bit further. Oh, you bitch. It's behaving so weird right now. Okay. 15. Oh, no, this is going to be 30. Yep. God damn it. All right, whatever. It's good enough. How can we use rust on this machine? Just put water on it. Okay, so let's see where this is at. Let's see if we can get an initial reading of any meaning here. Honestly, I think this indicator just wasn't giving me good values. 60, 52. That's fine. It's not perfect, but it's fine. 59, and let's make sure that repeats. Looks like it does. 59, 60. And then let's get you in on the indicator action so we can both enjoy how riveting this is. Okay, so we're at 59. Then we'll go up top. And it's fucked. Now it's at 50, 70, 80, 93. Okay, so 56 to 93. No, that's not 93. Oh, it's moving around a lot. Come on. 55 to 86. 55 to 86. Okay, we're going to call that a measurement. All right, so now we got to do measurements again. So let's say 53, 52, 86. $54 to 83. Okay, 54, 83. This is at half an inch, 0.5. Okay. And now let's go get more readings. Let's see. Do you think we've improved it or made it worse, chat? What are your thoughts? Improve or worse? So this is at 0. So this is the 0 point. Boop. Okay. So this is our first data point that we can kind of compare. 48 to 89. 40 to 85. 41 to 84. And that's probably going to be the measurement. 40 to 84. 40 to 84. Oops. 0.0. 40 to 84. So there's definitely a slope, but it could be, this might actually make sense, because I think the first points we might expect, because the first points are going to have a slope now because they didn't have a slope last time, right? So last time the first couple points, 0 and 1 inch, didn't have a slope last time, and I think what we've now done is we've probably added a slope there, but we've gotten rid of the slope throughout the rest of it. Is that cope? Probably. And 83. Okay, so at 1.0, 1.0, locked down. Scoop. All right. 26. To 46. 16 to 45. 19 to 43. 19 to 45. 13 to 45. We'll say 13 to 45. 13 to 45. All right. Who's ready for the next measurement? To 2 inches. Woo! Whoop. I do think there's some non-linear wear in here, which is a shame, but whatever. You got what you get. Really, what I hope is that we've kind of gotten rid of the slope on average, which is what we want. Okay, 15 to 55. 18 to 52. 14 to 51. And this is going to be the one. 16 to 54. So I think 12 to 55. 18 to 57. 14 to 55. Okay, we'll say 14 to 55. Uh-oh, chat. I'm seeing a slope. I don't want a slope, chat. I don't want a slope. Why are we getting a slope? All right. 36 to 70. 35 to 65. 35 to 70. Say 36 to 70. 36 to 70 at 3.0. And then one more measurement. One more measurement, chat. This would be a sick shot if you polish the handle. This one? You need like a mirror finish on that? Is that what you want, chat? It'd probably take 3 seconds to put a polish on it. That would be a good shot. I'd have to turn, like change the f-stop a little bit. And then this is the last one. This one's kind of hard to get in here. Okay. All right. 16 to 40. 16 to 39. 18 to 41. Now let's say 18 to 41. 18 to 41 at 3.75. Okay. Now we just got to do all the math quick and see how she runs. So 84 minus 40 over 2. So we have 22 here. Technically negative 22. 83, 54 over 2 is negative 14.5. We've got 1345. Oops, 45 minus 13 over 2 is negative 16. 55 minus 14 over 2 is negative 20.5. 70 minus 36 over 2 is negative 17. 41 minus 18 over 2 is negative 11.5. That looks like an improvement, chat. That looks like an improvement. Raise your pog lamps? Okay, now we're gonna put this in at 0.0625. Then we have a 1 inch, a 2 inch, a 3 inch, and a 3.75. Then we have our data. We have a negative 22, a negative 14.5, a negative 16, a negative 20.5. Oh, I forgot I had a 0.5 data point. God damn it. 0.5. We just happen to have an extra data point for funsies this time. 1, 2, 3, 3.75, negative 22, negative 14.5, negative 16, negative 20.5, negative 17, negative 11.5. Regress. Here we go, chat. Look at that! So we've definitely cut down the slope quite a bit. We're now at 1.388. And honestly, that is probably pretty close with the best that we can do with our shims. Because remember, our shims had I think we had like 12 micron of deviation in our shims that we didn't want to have, but we did. Let's go back to that. we wanted a 490 and we had a 482, and we wanted a 199 and we had a 203. So if we add those two errors, we had like 12 micron of deviation across 8 inches, and 8 times our slope of 1.388 is 11.1. So basically we are within the tolerances of our shims, effectively. So our slope is accurately reflecting what we can do with our shims, effectively, right? So then we have, what I'm curious about is where our center point is here. So we have a sweep from 0 to 3.75, which is 1.875 is the center point. So let's do the math here. So 1.388, which is the slope, multiplied by 1.875. So 1.388 times 1.875, 2.6. Y-intercept of 19.3. Okay, so basically the whole thing needs to come, the whole thing needs to go up. So this is saying everything is low. Yeah, so we want to move everything up 16.7. So let's see. Now I want to do the same thing I did before with the same data points and see if I can find a decent thing I can do here. So we have 1.388x minus 19.3. But yeah, we absolutely made an improvement there, which is really, really fucking cool. And now I lost chat again, so let me bring up chat. Oh god, I hear myself. There we go. All right, nice. So we're gonna run that math real quick, but let's polish this knob. All right. You want this knob to be polished? We'll polish this knob. It's actually really easy to remove, so we will. There you go. The knob is off. All right. Raise your poggers if you want your knob polished. Wait a minute. Okay. Then we'll go, we're going to be going on this wheel. We'll get some polishing action going on. I should be focused. All right. The wheel's kind of dirty. How do you clean a polishing wheel? I actually don't know. Ultra color for gold cut and color. Aluminum steel. Yeah, let's color. We're gonna color it. I don't know how you clean a wheel. Shave it? To be honest, I think that's like actually probably close to being accurate. All right, let's do make sure that's still a good shot. There you go. There's the knob, and let me get some sort of a grabby boy. Actually, what's that thread on here? I think we can actually hold that by hand. It's fairly ergonomic. I'm assuming it's steel. I like how it moves on me a bit. What's crazy is I was feeling shocks dissipating through my hip into the mill. It's all right. It kind of needs more material taken off, to be honest. It's all right. It looked fine on the machine, but my skin oil really dirtied it up fast. It probably needs more aggressive abrasion. It's all right. She's getting there. Oh my god, those fibers get fucking everywhere. Holy shit. Now my camera's covered in those. It's better. Now I need to clean it off with something. The fibers are fucking everywhere. A little degreaser, maybe? Is it better? I think it's better. It's not perfect. I probably actually needed a more aggressive compound on there, which is wild. I thought I'd be fine with just the polishing compound, but I think she wanted just a little bit more. Oh, now I got fucking fibers everywhere. Okay. Okay. Whoop. Now the question is, can I get that same shot set up again? That's the real question. Have that locked down and lock this down a little deeper like this, and then the problem is I can't really have the focus on that ball. I kind of have to have the focus down here. So, yeah, you know what? Fuck you. Good enough. Alright, I blew all the schmutz off the camera. Alright, so what did we do? Oh, we just got measurements. We haven't done anything yet. Okay. And then previously we used data points. We want negative 1.57 and negative 8.86. All right? So we have negative 1.57 and negative 8.86. And then we're going to run those into our equation. 1.388 times 1.57 negative minus 19.3. Okay? So that is negative 21 point... here, I can come out so you can see that I'm writing stuff. Negative 21 point... It just doesn't matter. Negative 21.47 or 48. Okay, and then we have negative 8.86 negative times 1.388 minus 19.3 is negative 31.60. Okay. And this is in the back, and that's in the front. So we want to bump up. Honestly, we kind of want to put, negative 21 in the front. So the front's down negative 21, and the back's down negative 30. And we only have 25 thou shims. That really just means we have to put a 25 micron shims, 1 thou shims. So we're really just going to put a 1 thou shim on everything, right? So we're going to raise up, so the 21.48 will become positive 3, so very close to 0. And then the negative 31.6 will become negative 6 or 7. And I think we're just going to be happy with that, okay? So we'll grab 1 thou shim, another thou shim, another thou shim, and another thou shim. So we need 4 shims for each corner. We're going to clean off the shims real quick. Clean, 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 clean. Clean, 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 clean. All right. And then this is going to be pretty damn close to our final, I think. Dare I say. So there's 1 shim, another shim, a 3rd shim, and the 4th shim. All right. Raise your pogs. Raise your pogs if you think this will be an improvement. Lower your pogs if you think it won't be an improvement. Huh. Okay. Boop. Raise that up. Slide it in. Okay, that's 1. Got to realign this stack. Two. Come on. 3. I'm going to be really impressed if we converged this fast, chat. Because this is pretty damn good. Okay. Now we have to fix the 0. But all of them have been shimmed up. We put 25 micron on each, so 1 thou on each. Okay, indicating 0 and colliding. Okay. Now we get to do this. Oops, 0. It's very close to 0. And not touching. Okay. Touching. Not touching. Oops. Okay. And maxed. Zero and maxed. Ten maxed. Okay. It's barely touching. Not touching. Barely touching. Oh, God. So fucking annoying to do this when... I'm gonna put a little tension on that. This is really annoying when you have the wrong indicator on this. But I was hoping that it would be faster than putting the other indicator on, but... Oh! We're getting close. 70 and 0. Okay, now we get to go to 35. 35 is this way. $35 and $35. Lock down, you bitch. Okay. 30 and 36. That's pretty damn good. 31. 36. Okay, so we're like 5 micron off on X and Y. All right, now we're gonna do measurements again. And I'm seeing 36, which is really good, because that's matching our horizontal offset, which is fantastic. So now we're going down, and we're doing it again. So we're gonna do 3.75, 3, 2, 1, 0. And we know that 0 is not actually 0. Okay. So on the bottom we have 39. And on the top we have Son of a bitch. 40 and 15. 41 and 15. 41 and 14. Okay? 41 and 14. Interesting. So we kind of just inverted what we had before. Last time we had a reading of 1841. Now we had a 4114. That's really interesting. I did have all these numbers, then we shifted it up 1 thou. Do you think that's just like schmutz on there? You think I got some schmutz or had a bad reading or something? Just with the way that I like physically put in the shims? Keep in mind, it's hard to put a 1 thou shim in and get 1 thou of shimmage. Because if I had any schmutz or dirtiness or whatever, or am I clamping? Where did I go? Before I was low. Yeah, before I needed to raise it up, and now I need to lower it. Maybe I had more clamping force last time or something. Let's see. Let's release the clamp and reclamp. Let's see if it's just the clamping difference. But it's only 1 thou. This will actually have more clamping pressure, but let's see if reclamping it did anything. So now we're at 35. And 20. Okay, so that was an improvement. So I'm curious if we can just clamp it down a bit tighter. I'm going to go just like an 1/8 turn more on that nut. I think I loosened it. Okay, so we kind of tightened the clamp down more. And I bumped the indicator. Okay. Okay, 41 on the bottom. And 41 on the top. Okay, so we slightly increased the clamping force, which makes sense, because we shimmed it up a little bit further than we wanted by like 5 micron. So we increased the clamping force, which in theory, since it's on shims, will bring it down a little bit more. And now we just have to recenter it. So that's 60, and we bumped the indicator again. God damn it. Let's say, come on. Ran out of travel now. Let's reset the indicator. I kind of always move the indicator down, so eventually I run out of the downwards adjustment on it, which is fine. Okay. So at the bottom we're at 21, and hopefully the top is 21. Oh, it's like 10. It's fine. It's probably 10 at the bottom now. Yeah, now it's 16 at the bottom. So let's shoot for 15 on the side. So we just gotta laterally fix this. Is that a 911 in the background? No, it's a Lotus Elise. Release the clamping. Nice 50G, I love mine. Yeah, it's fantastic. I actually For the first time ever, I put an issue on the screen. I dropped something and somehow it immediately just pressed on the screen and bled out a couple pixels. Which is a tragedy, man. Okay, 20. Let's shoot for 20 on this. So, we gotta go this way. We want to go like 15 that way. Come on. More. Like 20 more. That's 25. Let's go to 45. Okay, about 10 more. It's about 30, 40. 10 more again. Okay. You bitch. Okay. That is 20 on that side. And let's see on this side what we get. What do we get? 10. So 15 is what we want, but it's fine. We're just measuring top and bottom. Okay. So we are fully clamped. Chat, raise your pogs if you're fully clamped. All right, we've got 13.5. 13.5. And holy dick. And that's 10. 14. And 12. 16. And 12. 19. And 12. 16. We're going to say 16 and 12. 16 and 12. All right. That is fantastic. So now we're going to go back to 3 inches. Woo! I think we might be there, chat. I think we might have nailed it. Okay. 39 and 48. 36 and 47. 37 and 48. 39 and 49. Okay? So let's say 39 and 49. Next. We're getting data, chat. Raise your pogs if you're excited for good data. Because I certainly am. Because this is looking really good so far. Hopefully it doesn't go off the fucking deep end. Alright? So keep your pogs at the ready, as they say. 40 and 51. 40 and 49. 38 and 50. 41 and 51. 41 and 51. Chat, do you want a different angle? Nailed it with 3 inches. I love Brandon. Blast from a pass. Hey, James S. James Blast from the past. Do I know James S? I'm curious. I have a James S in my head, but I'm not sure if it's the same James S that I have in my head. Okay. We're going to go to 1 inch. 1 inch. And boop. Touch. There it is. Let's go back a bit. I like being in these like 30-ish range. Makes it easier for me. 25. Hi, Folky. I do love good data. Garbage in, garbage out. All right, 25. Let's go. 25, and that's an 18. Whoa. 14. And 14. Something shifted there a lot. 12. And 14. Let's maybe flick the indicator. I think that helps get it settled in faster. I don't fucking know. What do I look like? Someone who knows? 25 and 21. 20 and 21. 18 and 21. We're going to say 18 and 21. All right, one last. What does this doohickey you have attached to the gauge? This like Noga mount. This is a Noga mount. It's just a flexible mount thingy. Okay, this is the last one, chat. I'm scared. Okay. But yeah, you loosen this, and it has a bunch of, basically this has a shaft that goes in, and when you rotate, when you tighten this, it pulls in on here and here, or pushes, I think it's pulls in, and it clamps down on these ball joints. So there's a ball joint here, a ball joint here, well, technically a swivel joint here, and a ball joint here, and tightening this down makes it rigid, right? So obviously it's going to have some wobble, but as you loosen it, it becomes flexible and all these ball joints become active. Okay. Okay. Come on. Let's see what we got. Here we go. Touch. 40. 45, let's hit it a couple times. Okay, we moved it too much. Okay, come on. Settle in. 26. 26. And 36. 22, 35, 23, and 35. 23 and 35. 23, 35. Now we got to go through all of our numbers, subtract them, and add them up. 35 minus 23 over 2 is negative 6. 21 minus 18 over 2 is negative 1.5. 51 minus 41 over 2 is negative 5. 49 minus 39 over 2 is negative 5. And 12 minus 16 over 2 is positive 2. Okay. Woo! All right. Let's see what we got. Let's go and linreg. Make a new tab. Linear regression. All right. 0.0675. Negative 6. This is some riveting content, chat. Negative 1.5 to negative 5, 3, negative 5, 3.75, and 2. Okay, bam. Here we go. Data coming in. Look at that. Slope is 1255. And that's interesting. Yeah, our last slope that we calculated was 1388. And yeah, so we basically made no change to the slope, which is expected because we added the same shims to all points. We didn't change the slope. So 1.255x minus 5.564. All right. And that, hopefully I can get chat back, and I can. Nice. Noodle mixing sound. This is so good. A lot better than the 20 earlier, yeah. Are you trying to calibrate to ensure it's flat and parallel at various distances? Yeah. So I'm trying to figure out basically the slope of the of this I'm trying to figure out the slope of this spindle here. So as I rotate this, let's get you out further. So right, there's a spindle in here that retracts up into here, and it comes out. So when I rotate this, the spindle comes out, right? And what I'm trying to do is make sure that this is coming out central to the headstock. I want to make sure that the center point of this spindle matches the center point of this spindle. So I'm trying to make sure that effectively, if I were to have a one atom cylinder, a one atom line between the center of this and the center of this, that it would be perfectly parallel to the table of the lathe. Which basically means if I were to machine a part that is between a center on this and between a center on this, that I would have no taper. It would come out perfectly cylindrical, right? And this is often used as a support point for pieces on the lathe, so it's really important that I can have this and this be on the exact same axis and center and everything. And basically what we've been doing is we've been shimming up the base. So we know that the base of this is very worn out, like physically, like probably 0.5 millimeter of material has worn off of this, mainly from the front, over its 80 years of existing. And what we've been doing is trying to figure out what shims are required to shim this back into being into true center. And the way that we've been doing that is we've been indicating by sweeping the top and the bottom points. So the bottom of this on the inside and the top on the inside with this indicator. So it doesn't matter if this is out of center, out of alignment. So we don't care about any runout on this headstock, because the way that we're doing this, we eliminate any variance from the headstock itself, except for variance in dynamic movement, right? So if this is static, but it's statically at an angle, it's okay. Obviously, dynamic movements of like hand pressure pushing this down or bending it or flexing it, or the indicator being upside down causing the indicator to droop and everything, that will affect the measurement. But any static offsets, because this is like a cheap Chinese chuck, it definitely is not perfectly parallel with the lathe itself, but it doesn't matter because we're rotating around an axis here and we're getting a measurement on the top and bottom. And what we did is we extended this spindle, this ram, to various points and basically took the measurement on the top and the bottom, extended it, took the measurement on the top and bottom, extended it, and so on and so forth. And we find the center point between those two. So we have, what we're doing is we're getting a relative measurement. We have no absolute measurements here. Nothing here is absolute to some definition of center. We're taking a bunch of relative measurements and we're using those to derive a center point through averaging. So when we read the bottom and we read the top, and then we subtract those two, the two indicator readings, and then divide those by 2, that gives us the delta, the difference from where it actually is sitting and a true theoretical imaginary center point. And what we did is we've done 3 passes of that. So we started with an initial pass and we had a slope. So we had a slope of 15, about 16 micrometers per inch of slope. And then we had a vertical offset of 34 micron. Then we did some shims based on that. We shimmed it out, and then we had a 1.388 slope, 1.38 microns per inch. And then we had a 20 micron offset. So basically the first time we shimmed to adjust for a little bit of the height offset, but mainly the slope, we corrected the slope, and then we came in and we improved this and we added another layer of shims to shim it up. And we shimmed it up. You can see the slope didn't change. It's 1.255, so yeah, technically there's a change, but that's just the variance of our indicator and noise in the way that we're doing our measurements here. We're not, like, this arm is not rigid enough to really measure beyond what we're measuring. But we did adjust that vertical offset. It's now we're negative 5.56. So we now have a 1.25 slope, and the slope that we can adjust is on these shims, which is over about 8 inches. So effectively, we have like a 9 micron slope over those 8 inches, and we can't correct for that because our shims are 25 micron. So effectively, we are under 1 shim of variance on the slope. And our vertical adjustment, once again, is 25 micron. We can go up 25 micron, we can go down 25 micron, and our vertical offset is 5 micron. You can see when we added 25 micron, you'd expect the 19 to go up to positive 5, and it went from 19 to negative 5. And I think that's because we slightly increased the clamping pressure on our tailstock, which means that we probably ended up squishing a bit more aggressively, and we took back some of that offset. But that's really good. I mean, this is within everything we can do in shims, right? The best we can do in shims is 25 microns, so we can't adjust the slope. Any shimming would make the slope worse, and we can't improve that vertical offset because any shimming would ruin that vertical offset. So effectively, that is now as close as I can possibly get it with the shims that I have. TLDR. There's no way that I can improve that without different shims. And shims that are under 1/1000th of an inch or 25 micron are effectively going to be really hard to use anyways, because just oil from your fingers is going to potentially affect it more than the shim would, or proportionally to the shim would be a large percentage of the deviation. So, yeah. I always have my notifications set for when you go live. Cool tablet, by the way. Hell yeah. Everyone loves this tablet. It's so weird because my story is like I got it to read Twitch chat when streaming. But I think it's actually a good tablet if everyone keeps talking about it. So, these machines are particularly good at machining with accuracy. Yeah. I like the process. Yeah, I feel like the best way I can do it. What's your long-term plan? Are you going to machine some parts to replace it? Yeah, so right now I have it on these temporary shims, obviously, as you can see. The main point of these shims is to make sure that the math that I'm doing reflects reality. And you saw that that is, for the most part, the case, right? When we shimmed it to remove the slope, when we had the slope of 15.76 micron per inch, and we did math and we computed what shims we wanted to add to the front and the back based on the locations of the shims compared to this, and we applied those shims, we then got 1.388, so we kind of immediately corrected the slope, but we still had a vertical offset. We did try to correct for the vertical offset when we did this, but as you saw, the clamping force also affects this. So there's also a chance that we just had it looser on the first round, and we ended up just clamping it down more aggressively, and we ended up making that offset up just from clamping. And then we ended up adding those shims, and yeah, it was about 10 micron off from what we expected, but also, who knows, there could just be variance in the shims themselves. Like, I don't know necessarily what the tolerances are on the shims. We're assuming that the shims, the way that the shims read, the number on the shim is exactly to the micron, the number that we get on the shims. Now, shims are traditionally, like any rolled material, is often going to be more accurate than you would expect, just due to the way that rollers are configured. There's not much room for deviation except for the rollers physically wearing out, or the bearings that the rollers are sitting on wearing out into like an oval shape, so you're not getting a consistent shim. But you'd be surprised when you look at like most rolled materials, like wire. Wire's a good example. Shims are a good example. Sheet metal is a good example. It's actually pretty damn consistent from what you would expect. Like, I would think that's a pretty rough process of manufacture, but it's actually not. So, long-term plan. Right now, we have, in total, if we go and get the results here, our resulting shims are, we had 482 and 203, and we added 25 to those, so let's do 482 plus 25 and 203 plus 25. So now we have 507. So final shims, we have 507 UM in the front, and we have 228 UM in the back. Okay, so effectively we have 0.5 mil in the front and 0.22 mil in the back, and to me that's not enough shimming, right? That's not a big enough amount of shims. So obviously I don't want to use shims because shims squish out the sides, right? So shims are small. If you have a bigger shim, you have less of that. But shims are much more free in their ability to squish out, right? If you think about it like a crepe, you know, if you press on a crepe, it will squish out the sides. And what I want to do is I want to take an additional through milling. So I'll probably mill Kind of depends on these bearing surfaces. But I'll probably end up milling an additional, like, probably 3 millimeters off this. What's 3 mil? Let me get a reference point of what 3 mil looks like. I'll grab my calipers. See if I'm talking out my ass. Which I am. Maybe more than 3 mil. So 3 mil is pretty thick. Yeah, 3 mil is pretty thick. But I think I might want to go to like 5 mil. So the goal will be to intentionally mill off way more of this. So it naturally wore out. So it wore out a bit. I probably actually took... Honestly, I think I machined off maybe 0.2 mil. So honestly, that back amount is probably roughly what I took off, and the front was probably what actually wore out over time, just through use. So what I'm going to do is intentionally take off significantly more of the base, and then I'm going to raise up the base again. So I'm going to take off a bunch of the base, and then I'm going to buy, let's say I take off 5 mil. Right? So let's say I take off 5 mil of material, and what I'll do is I'll go and I'll buy some cast iron like flat bar stock, and then I'll take that cast iron flat bar stock and I'll stick it onto the bottom via screws, and many screws. The more points of contact, the better it will seat. So now we're on the point of this stream where we shimmed these out, and the shimmage went really well. So now we can take this apart, and I can show you how it works. How does that sound, chat? I know the measurement stuff was really boring and lame and whatever, but like, chat, it has to be done. I'm sorry. Like, we have to make sure that A, we figure out the amount of shims that we need, and B, our mathematical mental model of how it's behaving matches up with reality. We need to observe that, like, yeah, when we added those shims, it affected it in X, Y, and Z ways. Because that's telling us that when we go and make modifications to it in the future, roughly how those modifications will affect it. Like, now I know roughly how much deviation there is just from clamping. I know how noticeable 1/1000th of an inch of shimming is compared to not having it. And getting that feedback is really helpful to correctly gauge effectively how the machine, how things are behaving, how things flex and bend and squish. Because as they say, everything is fucking rubber, right? And since everything is rubber, it's very hard, like, things don't rigidly act as you would hope. So, all right, let's get the camera panned around. We'll do a little bit of cleanup, and I'll show you how this tailstock works and is built. Okay. So, zoomed out. Let's go to autofocus. Autofocus. Rotate this around and flex it up so we can see what we're doing. Okay. Bam. This camera setup is working fantastic. Really cool. Pesky EM field holding all the jelly together. Yeah, I mean, you got to understand that what we're measuring, what we were just working with, were microns, right? Like 1/1,000,000th of a meter, or for inch people, 1/25th of 1,000th of an inch, right? So, or like half of a 10,000th of an inch. I'm so used to saying tenth, but I know that some people here aren't machining people or US people that would understand that a tenth is 1/10,000th of an inch, not a tenth of an inch. Okay, so I'm just cleaning up, making some room here, making sure that I can grab everything conveniently. So let's slam these back on, these squares. Come on. I do love these squares, they're beautiful. Okay, calipers can go away as well. And, all right. So we're gonna undo the clamp, and we're gonna bring it over to the table. So let's go loosen that up. There we go, undoing the clamp. And grabbing the shims out. And we're just gonna double check our shims. So we have our shim stacks there. And we'll grab our other shim stacks here. And what we're gonna do is we're gonna mic these shim stacks, and then we're going to take the measurements of those. Basically, the goal there is to make sure that the shim measurements that we have written down match the actual physical dimensions of the shims. So, I'm gonna clean off the micrometer, make sure it repeats. Did everyone go sleepy? Yeah. This is kind of, for the viewers I've had, the fan base I build up, this is kind of the worst time to be streaming. So, and then they come back at like 2 a.m. So, I don't know, like 8 hours from now. Okay. Okay, it should be cleaned. Make sure this is repeating. 0. Oops. Okay. All right, the micrometer is repeating nicely. We'll move this indicator out of the way. All right, so what we're gonna do is we're just gonna measure these shim stacks and make sure that they match what we were observing, or what we were hoping them to be. And they probably have some dust and debris and oil and schleem on them. So, okay, the micrometer is zeroing nicely for us. So this is the back shim stack. We're gonna get it nice and aligned like we were doing. And we're gonna stick it in here. And we'll take a measurement right in the dead center. Okay, I'm getting 232. So 232 micron there. Let's go in a couple spots. 239. There's definitely some dust on here. 236. 237, 236. So let's say 236 on those. So we have 236. So measured shims. So we have 236 and we measured that kind of in a couple different spots. 235, 240, probably a piece of dust under that spot, 232, 231, 230. I don't know. What do we say for those out of those measurements, chat? I wrote 236, but it's probably closer to 234 average. Now I got spit on there. Okay, this should be the same. We have a 231, a 230, a 229, 228, 227, 238. That's where the 229, 226. Let's say 230 on those. Okay. Now we just dropped one of the stacks. Okay, so this is the front stack. This one's a little thicker. Let's check this one out. We have 519, 523, 554. That's where the raised part of the numbers are. Those would get squished down. 519, 515, 516, 523, 522, 522, let's say 520 on that stack. Okay, and then we have our final shim stack that I dropped on the floor. So now it's going to have random dust on it and debris. Well, we have Fuzz Week 2024. The 2021 was legendary. People really did like that. This is crazy. I kind of did it on a whim. 519, 516. I'll answer that when we get done with the measurements. 539, 515, 518, 509. That I actually kind of slammed that. 512, 530. That's towards where the numbers are imprinted. 519, 527, there must be some schmutz, 515, 514, I'm going to say 515 on this stack. 515 UM. Okay, so we have measurements of those, and the micrometer re-zeroed, so that's good. Good that that zeroed back out. All right, so, and then how does that compare to reality? Well, our desired shims numerically, based on what they indicated, we were expecting 507 micron in the front, 228 in the back, and we ended up getting 236, a 230, so we were like about 3 or 4 micron higher than expected on the back. And then in the front, we had 520 and 515, so let's say 517. So we're about 10 micron high in the front. And that makes sense because the front actually had a couple more stacks. I imagine we're picking up like 1 or 2 micron of air and oil and debris between each layer of shims. So the more layers of shims we have, the more debris we're going to pick up. But we're really close there, which means that I'm pretty happy with these numbers. I'm happy that these are now archived on YouTube and on this paper forever. So when I come back and I work on this again, I can easily re-shim that up and I know exactly how I had the shims put in there, how I was stacking them up, and that sort of thing. So now we're going to set these shims to the side. Set these shims to the side. That's pretty good. They did work out quite close to their numbers. Like I said, shims are surprisingly consistent. I also had some of like the blue ink and stuff on here, which will definitely add a little bit of thickness. In theory, it'll be hard to measure that, but it does exist. And we'll put these bars on these shims so they don't blow away. All right. So, now we can take it apart. But yeah, for Fuzz Week, I mean, I have no plans for Fuzz Week. I don't really have much plans to do too much more public security stuff. I've been kind of moving on more to general optimization. Now, a lot of my optimization stuff is for security. But the stuff that I have been doing in fuzzing, and I know this sounds like a humble brag, but it's not a humble brag. The stuff I've been doing for fuzzing recently is just kind of too specialized and exotic to really be of use to anyone. It's probably cool from like a perspective of like theory and academics and like what you can do, but it's not super useful when it comes to like I know a lot of people like Fuzz Week more for learning and growing, and Fuzz Week was fairly high level. I mean, we did do some emulator work, which was cool and fairly low level. I don't know. I mean, maybe I should talk about this. Maybe people would just enjoy them, because I don't know. I always think the stuff I do is way more boring than other people think. So in reality, I'm just wrong, and I probably should just talk about all the shit that I do. Okay, so we're gonna pull this off the lathe bed. It's just a screw on the bottom. I'll show you once I get it off. Much easier to show it off the lathe, where I have better lighting. Okay, here we go. It is important to note that I don't know how accurate the bed of my lathe is, but since we clamped this down and we did all the measurements in one point, and we're mainly focusing on the slope, it doesn't really matter. Okay, I need to make sure this doesn't slam on me, cut me up, because it will. Okay. So this is the bottom of the tailstock. We get you in on that. So hopefully I don't screw up framing here. It will be hard to keep this in frame. Okay. How's the quality doing? How's my video? We could ISO 1600. Let's try. Yeah, if we crank the f-stop to f2.8, we'll get some more bokeh. But yeah, and that's gonna probably fuck up focusing. Let's go back to. Let's just keep ISO under 1600. So f4.5. That should be a little better. Okay. So this is the bottom of the tailstock. The lathe has the two different ways. Both ways have a V groove on it that is sticking out on the lathe. It's making a V, and it has a flat part. So everything that rides on it, the carriage bed and the tailstock. So the tailstock rides on a different set of rails than the carriage. Otherwise, they would collide into each other, and you need to be able to have one go over the other. So it has a flat part here, and this will sit on the flat part of the bed. And then it has this V groove here, which indexes into the V of the lathe. So this is recessed in here. I don't know what the angle is. It's probably just straight 45. And then there's a little square part. So it's kind of like the top of a trapezoid, if you think about it like that. And then everything else is flat. So the only part that it really rides on is this part here for about 1 inch. I can actually get the actual measurement for you. So the flat part that the carriage rides on, yeah, it's 1 inch, so 25 millimeters. So there's a 25 millimeter bearing surface that this will run on, and the width of this is actually about 40 millimeters. So in reality, not all of this surface is actually used as bearing surface. Only about 75% of the width of this flat part is actually used as bearing surface. And then this part, it really is only going to ride a little bit on the angles here. So it's just a small amount of contact surface. Although if you take those two parts and you were to put them back to back and flatten them out, it's probably roughly an inch. If we measure that, it's about 8.5 millimeters. So there's about 16 millimeters of bearing surface here, assuming full engagement, which there won't be. The way won't sit all the way up in here, and then about 25 millimeters of engagement on here. In terms of the bearing surfaces that you have, the size of that bearing surface determines basically how fast it wears, right? The more bearing surface, the more distributed the load is on the on that sliding surface. So on the bottom here, you have the hinge that clamps it to the table. So this part kind of freely floats around. This is actually what clamps. There's two flat parts on the bottom here, and when we take this off, I'll be able to show you. But there's two flat parts here. When you tighten the clamp on the top, it pulls up on this bolt. So this bolt right here, it's a bolt with a nut. So when you clamp this clamp, you can see that this pulls down. Technically, it's rotating on a cam. So it will pull this into the body of the tailstock, which will end up putting pressure on the surface that makes contact with this clamping part, which will clamp on both sides underneath, and it will clamp right here, right? So if you were to do like a FEM, finite elements analysis, whatever it is, if you were to do the like stress analysis of this, you'll find that almost all of the clamping load is going to be in this area, because this is where the clamping is. There's actually no clamping happening on the back here. And in operation, this should be floating in gravity, and it shouldn't be affecting it when you're actually moving this on the bed of the machine. But when it's clamped down, you're mainly clamping on the front. And that's why sometimes doing the math and determining like where when we put the shims in, where things will end up in terms of the slope and everything, it's pretty difficult because it's not actually a uniform clamp, right? The clamp isn't perfectly consistent across the whole thing. It's mainly clamping in the front, which is going to diminish the value of the shims in the back. Or more specifically, it's going to squish the way more in the front than it is in the back. But otherwise, it's a pretty good design because you have, in my case, you have about 40 millimeters here of clamping width, which is a pretty good width. And then in terms of depth, you have about 10 millimeters of depth. So you have about 10 mil of engagement and 40 mil in width to grab onto the underside of the bed and pull this down and clamp it to the table, which ensures that these bearing points and these flat points end up making this become one with the lathe, right? Which is really what you want. So what I can do here is undo this main nut. So this nut, you can just do it by hand under the table. So when I was saying like I'm going to change the clamping force, I was reaching under and I was grabbing this nut and I was adjusting where this was threaded, right? The further this is threaded, the stronger the clamping action of the clamp, because you're making it engage sooner, and thus the motion that you have on the cam is applying more clamping force. So you can kind of dynamically adjust how much clamping force there is by changing where that nut is sitting. Okay, so then that sits on this block. This rotates. So it just is able to rotate here, which accounts for the fact that there's some angles here. So that is just the shaft that's coming out and sitting and goes through that point, nut goes on top, it clamps down. So this strap that goes over the top has two different bearing points here that touch these two pads here. And effectively that is how the clamp works. So this is rigidly fixed on this side, clamps over, you pull it down, pulls into this, and it pulls this free-floating part onto the underside. And this is just on here. I had it on there loosely because when I'm shimming this up, this pulls through, because this is bolted through the plate, this bottom plate. So if you pull this off, the strap will come off in one pretty easy piece. There it is. So it threads through. There's a hole in the bottom part, and it goes into the top part of the tailstock. So it's just this. It's on a pivot, and then this, which is also on a pivot. This one's a little stiff. I don't know. It doesn't really matter if it's stiff or not, because the amount of clamping force you're going to have on it will deal with that. And then just the two pads on the bottom that make contact with the two pads here. So that's one piece. Quite simple. And then there's this piece on the bottom. It sits on these two pins, so those two pins are mounted in. That just freely sits on there. It's not a particularly snug fit. There's a little bit of wiggle, but it doesn't really matter. This is not a critical surface. This is purely just to apply that clamping force to the bottom of this. Then these two pins that it rides on just are threaded on with simple flatheads. We all love our flathead screws. What is a Monarch 10EE? It's a lathe. It's a precision tool room lathe. And let's see. 10 thou is 1/10,000th of an inch. Yup. Or no, not 10 thou. 10 thou is 10,000ths of an inch. 1/10, a tenth, is 1/10,000th of an inch because it's 1/10 of a thousandth. Machinists in the US will pretty much always use thousandths, or thou, they'll say, Thou. And it stands for 1,000th of an inch, and that's what it actually is 1,000th of an inch. A tenth, however, if you say, oh, the Monarch 10EE can split a tenth, that means that it can split 1/10 of a thou. So 1/10,000th of an inch. So these pins just come out, fall on the floor. It's really nice. It's quite easy to service everything on here, which is really nice. Okay. And where'd the pin go? It roll somewhere. Oh, God. Oh, no. My garage floor is quite slopey. Where did you go? Did you... Oh, there it went. It went upstream somehow. Must add some spin on it. All right. Okay. All right, and then we have this pin, which unfortunately I can't get out because I haven't been able to get the clamping handle off of this. So what we can do now is we can slide this off. So this will slide off of the tailstock. Let's make sure I'm doing everything right. But she should slide off. Come right out there. Okay. So there we have this bottom plate. We'll get you in once I clean this up a little bit. And then we have this. This is the top part. This is one casting with the rest of the tailstock. So everything that you see here is just one contiguous piece. So we're going to clean off some of this blue I had everything blued up when I was assembling it to see the bearing points. So from the factory, this will be scraped. So this will be scraped, and we'll be able to get in here and look at the original scraping marks, which is really cool to see because they're probably 80 years old, which is just really neat. So clean this up. Take some of the blue off. So I really want to get the water-soluble marking ink stuff, but it wasn't in stock. So they had some supply issues, and they weren't shipping it around. I'm going to probably lose some paint on this, but that's okay. I'm going to have to repaint it anyways. It's putting a lot of work on this poor guy. So, let's see. Some good acetone fumes. Looking pretty good. Gonna do the same thing to this plate. Okay. This ink does get everywhere. I know I was memeing about it on the other stream, but it's real. This shit gets fucking everywhere. It's very blue. Alright. Very blue, very inky, very oily. Can't really get it off without a solvent. Alright. Cleaning, just cleaning things. Cleaning a lot of shit. Cleaning stuff. I'm doing clean song, it's the cleaning song. Don't have music on stream, so we get the cleaning song. Cleaning song. Scoop. The other side's gonna be blued up too. Everything's fucking blue, man. Dubba dee dubba die. Scooty-doo, scooty-doo. I'm getting rid of the blue, blue, getting rid of the blue, boo-doo-doo, scoop, boo, boo, boo-doo-boo, getting rid of the blue, boo-doo-doo, just getting rid of the blue song, scoo-doo-doo-boo, and definitely some paint coming off, boo-doo-doo, scoo-doo-doo-doo, blue ink on the floor, boo-doo-doo. Blue ink on my hands, boo boo boo, scooted boo, loo doo. All right, gonna grab my air. Dry off that acetone. Okay. All right, so that is the top and bottom plate. I'm gonna wash my hands real quick here. Just clean them up. What causes this to wear more than the table itself? The table is extremely hard. And this is not. This is just a raw piece of cast iron, probably gray cast iron. Whereas the table is extremely hard. It will be probably I think flame hardened. is how they did this back in the day. The table is just really, really fucking hard. And this is just cast iron, which is quite soft. So it's just the difference in the hardness between the materials. So the ways are much harder to work on and improve and shim and whatever, so those need to stay. What do you call a bad shim? A sham. Jesus Christ, dude. Would the presence of two clamps lead to less wear on the opposite end? Probably not, because once it's clamped, it shouldn't really be moving, in theory, right? In practice, of course, it will move a little bit here and there, but in theory, it shouldn't really be moving once it is clamped down, right? That's like the whole point of clamps, you know? But obviously it still will move, and there's kind of nothing you can do about that. But I think it's a pretty good design, to be honest. I think it's fine. I don't think it's a limiting factor. The issue, I think the issue that most people bring up, and I don't know how scientific it is, a lot of... I'm not trying to shit talk machinists, but a lot of machining tips and tricks are anecdotes, right? So the biggest complaint about the 10EE, and I do think it is right, is that when people move the tailstock, they pick it up and grab it by the hand wheel. And by grabbing it by the hand wheel, you're lifting on the back more than the front, and you're going to end up wearing the front down more than the back. That is what most people say the issue is. Whether or not that's true and accurate is hard to say, right? So, don't get me wrong, all industries are built around anecdotes. Even academia. Really, no one's doing the scientific process. Okay, so this is comprised of two different pieces. There's this base plate. This is where I've been putting the shims between. This is the top part of this base plate. This is the bottom part of the base plate. So this bottom part of the base plate is what actually is where the tailstock rides on the machine. So you have the V groove here that rides on that V, and then you have the flat part here that rides on the flat part. So you might be wondering what this groove is. This is an oiling groove, and this is an oiling hole. So this tube here, this copper or brass tube, is a small oiling hole. This is a small oiling hole as well that's internal to the casting. And up top, you'll see that there's this small well with two holes. So, and the two holes go to the different oiling grooves. And the way that this works is that in the machine, it has when it's fully installed, obviously we've been like not fully working with it installed. There's this small pad that sits inside of here and just acts as a little storage reservoir for oil. And it keeps oil throttled down. So when you put oil in here, there's an oil port right here. So this oil port feeds into the bottom, comes out of a hole. I know the camera framing's not fantastic right now. That comes into the bottom and it pours into where this pad sits. And then the oil is delivered through these two holes into the groove down here on the bottom to oil the flat part here, and into this V-groove to oil the V-groove part. And the point of that oiling is to reduce the wear so that this never is actually making metal-to-metal contact with the machine, But oil ports on something like this, this is something that you need to kind of just put a squirt of oil into every once in a while. And these are the types of things that pretty quickly are neglected, right? It's pretty often that these ports will probably run dry, and this will be bone dry, and there will be no oil, and you're really just relying on whatever oil is left over on the machine. So the carriage itself, which is where like the tool post rides and the tooling rides on the lathe, the carriage has an oil reservoir, and it has mechanical pumps based on the hand wheels. So when you crank the hand wheels, those will pump oil from the reservoir and into the random parts that need oiling, mainly on the ways, but also on a couple different like screws and rotating assemblies, right? So the since that has a pretty large reservoir, that will pretty much always be full, right? Some people maybe will run that dry, but since it's a pretty big reservoir, you can fill it. It depends on how much you're using the machine, but fairly rarely, and you can make sure, you can pretty much guarantee that that's constantly going to be nice and oiled and clean. This, however, has a tiny oil reservoir, and the oil just kind of runs out, other than that piece of foam or, I guess, probably wool, like compressed wool. Other than that, it's going to seep out relatively quickly, and you kind of have to constantly keep a little squirt of oil. There's, I think, 2 different oil ports on this, one for the spindle and one for oiling the ways. And that's just something that's often going to get neglected. Also, oil isn't going to constantly be flowing unless you're moving the part around. So if this is sitting around in one spot for a really long time, oil will probably dry up or gum up and stop losing good oiling properties. So you kind of have to be moving this regularly. Like on the lathe, it says what you should do is you should run the carriage all the way down, all the way back on the lathe. I think like once a day they say to do that, especially if you aren't using the carriage. You're using the full length of the bed on the carriage often. But so that's the bottom plate. That's really it. Just the bearing point here, the oiling points, the holes, which are where those 2 pegs went in that the clamp rides on. So those 2 threaded holes are for this clamp. Then you have a hole here and a hole here, which are for those screws to go through. So that's just to pass through those screws. You have these 2 spots here, which I'm not sure if these if these are for anything. And I don't think so. It's probably just the way the casting was designed. Maybe for lightness or saving material, I'm not 100% sure. On the top side, you have that oiling reservoir. This is just mirror thing, but it doesn't actually do anything. You have this part in the center where the bolt hole goes, and then you have this machined out part here. Now this is what allows you to horizontally adjust the tailstock. So this rides, the tailstock rides in this groove and indexes in here, and you're able to slide the top part of the tailstock back and forth. So when I was centering the tailstock, like towards the camera, right, when I wasn't going up and down, when I was going sideways, it was sliding the top part of the tailstock in this groove. And this groove is a very, very tight tolerance. It can be quite hard to get the top part of the tailstock in here. It's just a really, really tight fit because you don't want the tailstock to be able to move in here, as that would make an angle on the tailstock in terms of how it's actually facing in. You don't want that either. You don't want the tailstock coming out on the side either. So luckily, if that does get worn out, you can indicate in and just make sure that when you clamp it down, you've indicated it in parallel, right? This can only open up, and you can always just tap it with a hammer until you indicate it in the center and then make sure it's clamped down there. But obviously, you don't want to have to indicate something in every time. You want to be able to rely on the fact that something is actually going to be center, parallel, or perpendicular, or square, or whatever, without having to indicate it every time. But if something wears out, you are able to still indicate that and just and do that way. So I have machined off the bottom of this piece. This is the only piece that I've really worked on. Actually, I think this is the only piece I've worked on. So the bottom part of this, so when I was saying that this is like 40 millimeters wide, this flat part, and then you have the actual bearing surface is like maybe 25 millimeters, an inch. When I took this off the machine, there was a visible groove in here. Now, I don't know if the groove was supposed to be there. I'm pretty sure it wasn't, because there wasn't a groove in the back, but there was a groove in the front, right? And I feel like the only way that you can have a groove in the front but no groove in the back is if it literally wore out, and it wore out biased towards the front, right? And that's how we got that angle on this. So what I did is I threw this in my milling machine, my Bridgeport, and I basically did very, very light cuts until there was no longer any ridge there. I would imagine that when this came from the factory, this was completely flat as it is now. I don't know, maybe there was a small groove in there. I don't know why you would want one, especially one with a taper. So what I did is I put this in my mill, and I basically indicated it, and I tried to average the whole part to find what was flat on average, and then I machined it flat until there were no grooves. And that means that technically I've taken off probably a tenth of a millimeter of material. Actually, probably a little bit more, probably a quarter of a millimeter of material off of the bottom of this, which also means that this V-groove has slightly changed its depth into here, and I haven't touched the V-groove. I didn't remachine the V-groove. I'm probably gonna have to do that when we go in and we actually take a lot more material off. So, I've done some practice scraping on here, so you can see that this has this pattern on it, this beautiful pattern. So this is all scraped. So this is hand scraped on the bottom. In fact, it might be hand scraped on both sides. I don't know if I've used the Biax on this piece yet, because I don't know if I trusted myself. I think I used it on the other side, but not this side. Maybe I've done it on both. In fact, yeah, I think I've actually power scraped both sides. So this scraping pattern is made with a scraping tool like this. So this is a Biax power scraper made in Switzerland. It's fucking really expensive tool. But you can also get hand scrapers like this. And all this is it's a stick with a piece of carbide on the end. And this carbide has a radius ground onto it. So in this case, this is a 60 millimeter radius. And then it has a -5 degree angle on it. And basically, what you do is you go through and you take off a tiny amount of material by just scraping it over and over and over and over. So all of these marks on here are individual scrape marks, and I've probably done 5 or 10 passes on this to get it really flat. So this is very flat, so this side is very flat, and this side is very flat. They're not necessarily, in fact, I think this might be the only side that I power scraped. This side, both sides are very flat. They're not necessarily parallel to each other. I do think they are parallel with each other. I was trying to make sure that I was consistent in how I was doing my passes on each side, but I haven't intentionally scraped them parallel, and we can actually indicate that in now if we want to. So, scraping is a really cool process where you apply an ink to a reference flat surface or straight edge, and then you rub that flat straight edge or surface against it, and the spots that pick up the ink are the high spots that we're making contact. And if you have a reference surface that's known to be very flat, and you rub this on that surface, you will see the points that are bearing points with respect to that reference. And then you can go in with the scraper, either the power scraper or by hand, and you can scrape those high points off. And what you're doing is you're cutting down those high points so more of the surface makes contact. And you can do that to scrape things in to be round, to be flat, to be square, to be parallel. It's a really, really precision process, even though it's kind of crude and manual and labor intensive. But another really cool part of scraping is that these scrape marks are probably about 4 to 5 micron deep. When you go in here and you take a scrape mark, you're probably taking 4 or 5 micron off. If you're a really big guy or you're really strong or heavy, you might end up taking like 10 or 15 micron off. And you could take like 20 micron off, but you would be kind of gouging the material out. So what's really cool about this scraping is you have this pattern here, this checkerboard pattern, where you have all of these high points. And the way that scraping is typically judged is with a 1-inch square like this. So you take this square and you run it over your material or your surface, and you count how many points are blued up in that 1-inch square. So it's a 1 by 1 inch square, and that will give you the points per inch. So something that is scraped to a pretty high level of precision will typically have about 40 points. So 40 points per inch, and it's kind of eyeball-y. You blew it up and you put this on here and you kind of count all of the high spots, like the big spots on there, and I can show you that when we blew this up. And 40 points is usually like a really tight tolerance, something you do for like a precision machine, like I'll be doing this to 40 points. A lot of things are done to like 20 points is like a faster way of doing things. It's also important of like what percentage of surface is bearing. Obviously, more bearing surface means more distribution of the load, which is less wear. But this scraping pattern, not only is it fantastic for just adjusting the flatness, parallelism, and squareness of things, but it also leaves this pattern where you have these circular dents and divots all over the material, and those allow for oil to flow and sit in those wells. So for sliding surfaces, this scraped finish is significantly better than a ground surface. Like you might be thinking, oh, don't you just want 100% perfect contact, a perfectly flat surface against another perfectly flat surface? And the answer is actually no. You don't want that. It will just immediately squish all of the oil out, and you'll have metal on metal contact, and you'll immediately start wearing through the surfaces that you're working with. So this has been scraped. There's also a technique called flaking that is intentionally putting these like half moon crescents in the part explicitly for more oil retention. Since this is not really a sliding part, even though it does slide, it's not like a way of a machine where it's constantly sliding. I'm probably not going to flake this. I did buy a power flaker. I haven't used it yet or tried it out yet. But I do have the equipment to do that, and I will be doing that when I work on the bed of the machine and the like X and Y and Z travels of my milling machine when I go and I scrape those in to improve the squareness and flatness of them. So, yeah. I mean, just by looking at the design of the offset clamp, if the clamp were centered, there would probably be equal wear on both sides. If it teeters in its unclamped state. Yeah, that's a good point. If it teeters, yeah, it's definitely going to bias towards the front. There should be a decent amount of margin, but yeah, honestly, if you do pick it up, it will grab on the bottom. You probably only have like 3 millimeters of travel with the locking lever. So yeah, it probably will actually engage if you pick it up by the handle and slide it around. So honestly, yeah, that probably is why, because it's got a front biased thing. So really what you need to do is make sure that you're very careful when you're moving this, that you're making sure that you're kind of picking it up on both sides, right? I also don't know if it's necessarily heavier on one side or the other. That could also affect things. When you have the spindle sticking out, that's going to act as a lever, that's going to make it dip and put more weight on the front, technically, even though it's probably relatively insignificant for this sort of part due to the heaviness of this casting. But yeah, this is the base part, so that's been scraped flat. We can indicate that in. I haven't done anything into the groove here. I'm leaving that alone. I don't want to scrape that off because if I remove material, then the top part could start moving around in there, right? So then you have the top part here. This is a really simple design. Now it's pretty annoying to work with because I have the this bolt sticking out the bottom, and I haven't been able to get this lever off. It's wedged on there so hard, and I'm just really scared. I don't know if that's been like peened on here, or if it's been peened on there just through wear. I'm just really scared to reef on that and potentially crack, and because it's cast iron. Cast iron's really easy to crack and break. I don't want to like end up pulling on this and break the handle off. So I'm just leaving this in here. It's kind of annoying because it's in the way when I'm working on it. I can't set this down flat on the table because I've got the nut or the bolt sticking out. So the base of this is quite simple. So you can see where I was shimming it up. I was putting shims in the front here. So those shims, let me go grab some thick shims. So these shims are basically where I was setting these in here was here and here. So you'd see just the hole sticking out on the side. So I intentionally put those shims in there as my front bearing point. This part is not actually making contact, so this is not going to be bottoming out on the bottom part at all. So there should really be no bearing on this raised part. That's just for that indexing to make sure that this stays in place. And then I was putting the back shims in the back here, so they're mainly bearing on this area of the casting here, so like these two spots. So when I have it on shims, obviously all the other parts are kind of being unused, and with this clamp part kind of being in the center, since both parts are raised up on shims, I'll be actually pulling that center in and making it slightly bent inwards, and that's not necessarily great in terms of my measurements, so that could be potentially throwing off some of my measurements. So as we go to finalize this, what I'll do is I'll probably leave 50 micron of additional material on it once I go to machine everything in. And that will leave a decent amount for me to go in and indicate it in and take off a little of the front, a little of the back, and I'll do that all through scraping. It will probably take 40 to 50 hours of labor to basically scrape everything in once it's set up. So this part, the top part here, is scraped from the factory. You can see some of those original scrape marks in here. It's pretty lightly scraped. It was made in World War II. There was a pretty big war going on. I can't imagine that they spent too much time worrying about this. Obviously, it is a precision machine, but this would have been scraped in to basically make sure that the spindle was running true with the machine, but it would have been scraped into a tolerance, right? They weren't scraping it in until they hit 0, 0, 0, 0 on all their indications like I'm trying to do. They would have scraped it, basically taken good guesses from their measurements from however they were indicating it in, and they would scrape it in, they would indicate it, and if all the indications are better than the tolerances that they claim on the specifications of the machine when they're selling it, they're done. You stop. So some of these machines can be way tighter tolerances than others, and it's just luck of the draw, So obviously, anything that's been scraped is going to be quite high tolerance. You don't scrape things if they're not precision pieces in the first place. It's a very, very expensive process to go through regardless of who's doing it. So yeah, you have the bearing surfaces kind of all over the casting, mainly around the edges and the center part here. You have this raised part that allows it to slide. And then I didn't hit on these holes on the side of the base. So these holes on the side screw into these two wings. So there's two wings here that are threaded, and there's two bolts that sit on the outside of the and these are what you're supposed to use to actually adjust the so these go in the side here, and then these bolt in to these wings here. They're just threaded in here, and that allows you to use screws to adjust that horizontal movement. So you saw what I was doing is I was raw dogging it. I didn't have those bolts in there. I was just purely tapping it and relying on the clamping force to keep it in place. But once you actually get it centered, you want to be able to move the tailstock back and forth on the machine without having to recenter it like I was having to do. Obviously, I don't want to keep having to put these in and out and in and out and in and out. It just is another process. And especially when I was rigidly clamping this down for all the measurements, I was okay with just indicating it in and bumping it back into place every time. So those just allow you to center that up. Now, what's important to note, and something that I noticed when I was taking my measurements of the spindle when I was working on this, I tried putting these bolts in, but when I have shims in here, these bolts clamping down would actually cause quite a large amount of deformation, mainly because it's another part that's pulling, because you have bolts coming through and they're trying to index those holes, and you've raised up those holes. So the bolts are now at an angle because you've shimmed this up and you've increased that distance. So I'm actually really excited to not have any shims here, because it means that these bolts will pull a lot more horizontally and have less of a vertical component to the, like their vectors, if you want to put it that way. But I did notice that was another reason I didn't have them in when I've been taking these measurements, is just the act of having those bolts in there, even just a snug fit, not even super tight, would throw off my measurements quite a bit. So what I'll be doing is I will also be scraping this in to be flat. So effectively, I'm going to be scraping this flat, and scraping the bottom flat. Now, obviously, you don't have to scrape all of the components flat. You can just have only one part of it scraped into tolerance, and all the others can just be machine finishes. But I really like, first of all, I love how the scrape finish looks. Second of all, I know that these scrape marks will exist in 100 years when whoever has this machine takes this tailstock apart to do repairs, and it's just really cool. I'm probably going to, in one of these spots that's not actually used, I'm probably going to put my name in here and say that, like, scraped by Falk or rebuilt by Falk in 2003 and 2004, 2023, 2024. And kind of just leave a little Easter egg in there, because I know that this lathe and stuff will hopefully exist in 100 years. I mean, it will be usable. It really comes down to if this were to fall into hands of someone who really doesn't have the time or effort to run the machine, and they just decide they're just going to throw it in the trash rather than try and sell it or repair it or whatever. Right, and that's up to them. But I really want to leave a little Easter egg in here. So my plan is to make this surface super flat, make this surface super flat, make the bottom surface super flat, and then I will pick one of those three surfaces to scrape the angle in to adjust the spindle with everything else. So I'm not necessarily going to make square and parallel and square and parallel and square and parallel on everything. I'm going to focus more on, in fact, since this is scraped, this will be scraped square to the spindle originally. Now, it's hard to say if that spindle has wear. We know that the base plate had wear, but if the spindle doesn't have any wear, then technically these scrapings, this should already be square to the spindle, which means that all I need to do is make this plate parallel to itself, where both sides are parallel and flat, and then when they butt up against this flat surface, which hasn't worn, like this surface never slides, so even though this is 80 years old, this is just not worn out at all. So it really comes down to whether or not the spindle has worn out itself. If it has, I will adjust it on one of these surfaces to make it have a little bit of an angle, have a little ramp on it, but I will have everything be flat, and then most of the surfaces be parallel, and then I'll go from there. So another way that I could do it is make this flat and parallel, and this flat and parallel, and everything flat and parallel, and then recut the spindle, basically ream it out or bore it out or whatever, and basically make sure that that is parallel to everything else. And then nothing has like a weird ramp or taper or whatever to it. So that's another way I can go about it. It really depends if I want to go through the process of machining this spindle, which would probably be the most correct way to rebuild this, but that probably adds an extra $2,000 to the rebuild of this, which right now the rebuild of this, other than labor, is going to be like $50 for whatever material I use to shim this up. So that's the bottom part. All this does is the lever actuates a cam here, and that cam causes this to slightly pull up, and that slightly pulling up is what clamps it down to the table. Other than that, I can pull the spindle out. So if I rotate the handle all the way, the spindle will come out and expose the hole. In fact, I'm not going to do that because I did oil it up, and I just don't want to clean that up again and re-oil it and everything. So we'll bring that back in. So that's the top part. So yeah, really the remaining question is whether or not this flat surface is still parallel and square to the, more specifically parallel to the spindle as it's clamped down. I don't know if that's the case. Personally, all I care about is whether or not the spindle is parallel to the bed when the entire stack is bolted together and clamped down to the bed of the lathe, which is the measurements that we just got. So I figured out the shims that I need in the front, the shims I need in the back to get the spindle to be parallel to the bed of the lathe, and that's basically going to tell me how I'm going to machine and work on this base plate. So the top part of this I really don't plan on touching other than scraping this in flat if it's not already flat. So I will indicate this up, figure out what's flat and what's not flat, scrape it down, just make sure that this is flat, but I'm not going to really be removing much material from that. The base plate is where I do have work to be done. So you saw that I had the shims in the front and the back. I had about 1/2 mil in the front and about 1/4 mil in the back. And what I'm going to end up doing is I don't want shims, right? As you saw, the shims can squeeze out. They're not necessarily consistent. It's not a good bearing surface that's uniform across everything. It's not something I can scrape in. So instead, what I'm going to do is I'm going to intentionally, from the base of this, remove all of that material. So I'm going to take off actually way more material. I'm going to take off probably 2 or 3 millimeters, 5 if I'm going crazy. But I'm going to take off, let's say 5 millimeters. I haven't decided how much, but let's just say 5. So I'm going to take off 5 millimeters and then put in that angle. So I'm going to have the angle on this, and this will be, that will remove so much material that I'll need a very thick shim. For example, this is a 2 millimeter shim or 75 thousandths of an inch. And what I'm going to do is remove enough material, let's say 5 millimeters, such that what I can do is I can buy a piece of 5mm thick cast iron that is the size of this. So for reference, this is, now my tape measure is over there. So I think it's like 8 by 6 or 9 by 6. So this casting is 9 inches by 7.5. So what I'd basically do is I would get a plate of 9-inch by 7.5-inch cast iron, and I will take off 5mm here. I'll put that plate down. I will put a lot of screws in here, probably 50 screws, and I'll basically thread and tap a bunch of holes throughout here in a consistent pattern, all uniformly distributed through here. Tighten down all of those screws with some nice red Loctite, permanently affix that plate in, and then I will machine that plate and scrape that plate in, because that will become the actual bearing surface for the bottom of this. Now you might be wondering, why not do that in the center? Why not do it on the top part or on the top part of the tailstock here? And the reason for that is that there are working surfaces here. So you have this lip here that indexes on this lip here, which is only about 1 or 2 millimeters deep. You have these holes here that are used for the screws, for the horizontal adjustments. Basically, you just have mechanical working surfaces here. And if I were to shim this up or down, I'm going to change those gaps and tolerances and these. And I can't really do that. I'd have to recut these bolt holes to a different elevation, and then they'd be ovals, and it would just be sloppy. So the correct place to do that, unfortunately, is on the bottom part, which means that you have to be considerate of this V-groove. Now, what I can do is take off the material and still use this existing V-groove, but I'm probably going to take off enough material that I'm actually going to have to scrape in that new V-groove and just make sure that that's indexing all good and correct. But yeah, so this V-groove needs to be parallel with the horizontal axis of the spindle, and then everything else needs to accumulate to being vertically parallel with the vertical axis of the spindle. And that's kind of all of the things that I need to do and indicate. And I've only indicated the vertical axis of the spindle. I also need to indicate the horizontal axis of the spindle, which would basically determine if I have to scrape this V-groove in at a slightly different angle. That's really unlikely that I have to do anything there. There's really no way that you can get horizontal wear on either the spindle or the V-groove, so that's not really going to be the case. If it is, it's going to be so minor that I can do it without really considering it ahead of time. So let me catch up on chat. I know I haven't really read anything. So let's see. Hanging out here reminds me of my days spent in college ACM office. I don't know ACM. Just cool dudes doing cool stuff. What causes more wear to the table itself? I did answer that. Yep, 2 clamps would probably help. Do you know the history of this particular 10EE? I do not. It was made in February of 1943, so it would have been kind of at the height of the war, at least from the American perspective of World War II. That was kind of the height of the war. I know World War II was a little bit longer for other like European countries, but in the U.S., 1943 was a pretty big year for World War II. This had to have been made for the war effort. There's no way that a company could justify using 3,500 pounds of cast iron for something that wasn't to winning the war. There's just no way that with rationing and scrapping and repurposing of factories that they would have been able to do that. So it's pretty safe to say this would have been used for something for the war effort, whether it was manufacturing of parts for tanks or missiles or whatever. I don't know. So apparently you can reach out to Monarch. They are still in business. You can reach out to Monarch and you can ask I don't know how much information they can give you, but I can give them the serial number, and hopefully they can maybe tell me who ordered it. I imagine that the level of information I'll probably get is it was ordered by the DoD, and it's like, oh shit. I guess War Department, because the DoD didn't exist yet. So, yeah, I don't necessarily know the history of this machine yet. I would like to find that out. I have an uncle and an aunt who both work in a high-volume shop to make various pieces for industrial business-to-business partners. They prefer these older machines for good reasons and actively follow that kind of advice of running it up and down the lathe so their favorite machines don't get replaced with stuff they can't service themselves. Yeah. I mean, this 10EE is still probably the most precise manual machine, other than the fact that mine is worn out. Once I scrape this back into tolerance and do all that stuff, I would love to make this one of the most precise 10EEs on the planet. I'd really like to be able to basically machine a long, like, let's say a 10-inch long rod that's 1 inch in diameter. I'd love to be able to machine that between centers within 2 micron of dimensionally and taper, right? I'd love to be able to do that. It's going to require a lot of work, and that's not necessarily going to be something that will stay in tolerance. I will need to extremely proactively oil this machine because at the tolerances I want, things wear way quicker. It's not because they wear faster, they wear at the same speed of anything else. It's just that my tolerances are so tight that the wear becomes much more noticeable. So, do you have a mechanical engineering background, or did you pick this knowledge up on the side? I have no formal education at all. I'm a high school educated Goomba. So, no, I have no mechanical engineering background. In fact, I really have no, even, like, in computer science, even though I don't have a computer science degree, I've read my fair share of CS and algorithms textbooks throughout my life. Mechanical engineering, I think I can safely say I literally have zero formal knowledge. I have nothing. I have never read a book on mechanical engineering other than, like, random Wikipedia adventures that I've gone down, but it's something that I will pick up more knowledge on as I get into stuff like this. But yeah. Yeah. Academic Computing and Machinery, ACM. Oh, interesting. Yeah, I know. It's a journal, or is it a journal? Or is it like a working group? I don't know the best way to describe it. But yeah, so let's indicate this in. Actually, before we blew this up, let's take it over the surface plate and let's see how it's looking on parallelism here. So on the surface plate with an indicator, we can only indicate parallelism. We can't indicate flatness, right? So we're going to measure the parallelism of this plate, which I've scraped both sides without any regard to parallelism, but I expect that it will still be quite parallel, so don't be too surprised when it is. I'm not trying to undersell what I've done to this already. So, what we're going to do is we'll zoom out here and lock this down, and we're going to grab my micron indicator because that will definitely be fine for this. So we're going to grab this and we'll mount it up on this table. Let's see. So this is a 0.1 or a 0.01 millimeter indicator. This is basically what the metric people use as a thousandths indicator, and the micron indicator is what metric people use as the tenths indicator for people who are used to tenths. So I'm gonna slam this in here. I do need to get more of these indicators. I actually have a really cool collection of dial indicators, but I don't have many test indicators. Okay. We'll pull this up, drop this down to close, lock that down. Okay. Yeah, I do have some. Back when I was doing work on my drill press, I bought these. I actually have 3 of them. These are some exotic ass indicators. So these are large face 0.01 millimeter indicators with a lot of travel. Specifically, these are, what are they? I think they're 10 centimeter travel. Yeah, I think these are 10 centimeter travel. So almost like 4 inches of travel, which is just wild. But I was using these on my X, Y, and Z axes of my drill press converted into a milling machine, which allowed me to precisely locate things, actually probably better than I can do with the DROs that I have. I also have this, which I actually used today, you saw. This is a dial indicator in micron, which is quite rare. Most dial indicators are going to be in 0.01 millimeters or 10 micron, but this is a 1 micron with 1 millimeter of travel, which is a massive amount of travel for a 1 micron indicator. I love that. I definitely have some exotic indicators here, and I absolutely love this metrology equipment. So, all right, what we're going to do is indicate this in, and we're going to see how much variation there is. It's an organization that exists across multiple college campuses, etc. They do publish things, yeah. What tablet is this? It's some Samsung. I think people said it's an S8 Ultra. I legitimately do not know. And I haven't checked. So, plate should be relatively clean. I can feel a little bit of dust on it, so it's a little dirty, but whatever, it's fine. So we'll bring this indicator in, and let's just get it to, let's go to 35. Actually, I haven't done this since I've scraped it in. So let's get everything all clamped down nice and tight. Let's try to go to 35, and hopefully that stays in there, and then we'll try and get you in on a better view of that indicator. Let's go into manual focus and make sure that doesn't end up going out of focus. That looks maximally focused. So right now it's reading 37 micron, and what I'm going to do is a couple different sweeps around until it settles in. So it will take a little bit of time to settle in. There you see it's sweeping up. Here you see it's sweeping down. Okay, so in terms of horizontally, it looks like it's within about 5 microns. So that was 30, 37, 35, 38, 36, 38, 37, 38, 37, and we'll slide it back over. Do it again. 36, 40, 38. So that's looking like that is roughly about 2 micron parallel, which is really good. So I'm quite happy with that. Now we'll go down this part here. Okay, it looks like we're quite a bit higher here. I'm seeing 53. And then I'll sweep across 53, 55, 54, 54, 54, 55. So yeah, it looks like 55 there. Let's make sure that we can repeat the 30 on the initial track here. It's about 45, so it looks like it did move around a little bit. But we definitely have a slope upwards on here. Let's go further down. Let's go to this track. Okay, now we're at 70. So yeah, it looks like we probably have about 1/1000 of an inch across there. So 70, 72, 75, 75, 74. So it looks like horizontally we're actually about within 2 or 3 micron, which is very good. I'm very happy to see that. Now let's go over here, and it probably will continue. I'm guessing this will be probably in the like 80 range, or actually probably like 85 to 90. And there we go, 85. So it obviously all these surfaces have been scraped flat, so we are expecting to see linear. So since everything here is flat on both sides, whatever flaw we have in the parallelism is going to be linear. So there will be a horizontal and a vertical slope component, but that's it, right? Because both sides are flat to probably 1 micron or 2 micron. So we're at 85, 80. These scrape marks are a little bit deeper here, 82, 82, that one's looking pretty solid. And then I'm guessing as we go over, we'll probably gain just a little bit more. And now let's sweep down here. Yeah, about 85, but we're kind of in the same spot. 80, 85. Yeah. Okay, so what I can do is we can do a sweep down this way and get a better idea of that slope. So we should engage at the start at like 80 to 85 here. And there we go, we're at 84 right now. And we're dropping, there we drop to about 80. Now we go over this gap. And then we come back online at about 72. And then we go to 70. 65, 62, 60, and then 50. It looks like we're actually quite low on that side. For some reason, I don't know, maybe I have a piece of dust under here or something like that that's thrown off that specific side, or maybe I wore it out. So since I know that I know that I'm going to rescrape this in, at least do another couple passes of it and do some machining on it, I wasn't too careful about oiling this and denting this, so there's a chance that I have created some wear, some damage when I've been handling this, doing some measurements. So, but it's honestly looking quite good. It's obviously not exactly where I want it to be. It's quite low on this side. That maybe it's not flat. I think the only way that could happen is this is rolled over on the edge here. That's probably not a parallelism thing. It's probably more of a flatness thing. So let's flip it over, and maybe there's a chance that we had some debris under there. I actually can feel a little bit of a burr. So we'll flip it over to this side, and maybe we'll get slightly different indicating on this side. And if we do, then we probably had some dust, or we just have one particularly high spot that's throwing off the readings. So let's do a sweep. We're going to go at an angle here. There we go. So we're going to sweep this. And there we have we're at 60 micron, 65, 65, 65, 65, 60, 55, 55. So this is looking better on this side. Now, obviously, we're looking at parallelism right now. So if this is better on this side, it just means we had some debris, or there's just some particularly high spot on here that's throwing off the readings when it's face down on the other side. So that means that that's not really a big issue in the grand scheme of things. Now let's go down this rail here. And I see we came on, we're at 66. 66, 64, 60, and 50, and I bumped the indicator a bit, but 55. So it looks like we have maybe a 10 micron slope across this, and in terms of horizontally, it looks like it's within probably 2 or 3 micron, but across the length of here, we're maybe 10 micron, which is actually quite fucking good. if I toot my own horn there. So I'm quite happy with that. Hi there, I'm used to programming content. What is this you're building? Is this a computer part? No, this is a precision lathe component. So this is just a piece of metal that's a mounting bracket for a component on my lathe for the tailstock, which holds in a drill bit or a mount. And what we're doing is we're basically checking out the quality of the surface and the parallelism and the flatness of this right now. So that's what we were kind of testing out. I do see some scrape marks on my surface plate, so I probably actually had a piece of debris under that when I did that measurement, so that could have been what that was. Or I put a piece of debris under it now and I've counteracted it, and it's actually, we were right on the first measurement. And that's why you have to measure a bunch of times, clean it off, put it on a different spot, set it down flat. So thank you so much for the 51 months. Holy shit. You definitely have kept subbing during the during the shortage of Twitch streams. So yeah, it is interesting to note that this is very parallel. I would say this is probably within 5 micron horizontally and probably 10 to 15 micron lengthwise in terms of parallelism, which means that when we have to shim up the front, like 250 micron more than the back, if this is parallel, so that can mean kind of two things, I guess. It can mean that the V groove is not parallel. And if the V groove is not parallel, then this could be mainly bearing on the ways in the V groove, but not actually making much contact on the flat spot. And if it's not making much contact on the flat spot, then theoretically it could be riding mainly on this V groove, and then that could be raising up the front. But the only other thing is that the either the surface that still has the original factory scrape marks on the top part of the tailstock, either that is no longer flat somehow, even though you can see the original marks on it, which kind of wouldn't make sense. So either this surface is no longer flat, because if this plate is parallel, right, if we just measured this plate and this plate is parallel, at least within 15 micron, then if this plate is still flat, this top surface, then that, the only way, other than what I talked about with the V groove being the primary bearing point right now, that means that the spindle is worn out and the spindle has knotted down significantly. And the spindle also has an oiling port, which maybe that hasn't been getting much oil throughout its lifetime. But if that has worn down, then shit. And I think it has, chat. I think it has. Because we know that this plate is parallel within 15 micron. We could keep indicating it all day, but it is. Unless that V groove is doing almost all of the bearing, in which case it would like kind of tilt it at a weird angle, but we're not necessarily measuring that. So if this flat surface is not making contact consistently with the bed of the lathe, I think my spindle's just worn out, man. And that means that I kind of should re-drill it. which means I have to go oversized, which means that I need a new spindle made. But it's just, obviously it's worn out in a fairly linear fashion. And what I can do is I can make the base, and my original intent was to basically put an angle, a ramp on the base such that I would have counteracted the wear of that spindle. But if the spindle is truly worn, where it has, let's compute that. Let's see what that is. So we shimmed the back at 507. Let's actually take the real measurement. 515 plus 520 over 2, so 517 and a half in the front, and then 233 in the back. So we had a 284 difference between the shim points, and then let's say the shim points were 7.5 inches apart. 7.5 times 25.4, so that's 190 millimeters. I'm actually going to use inches. I know it's weird to mix units, but I'm going to use inches. That means we had about, wow. Yeah, that means that there is about 38 micron per inch of wear, which is a lot. That's a lot. If we do the conversion, 25.4, so 190, multiply that by 1,000 to convert it to micron. So that is a slope of, what do I have to do here? That's, is that I have to do an arctan here? Honestly, I think degrees are kind of useless at this level. So let's do a couple other checks of parallelism and stuff here. I really need to measure if this base is flat. Chad, how do we do this? So I think it's safe to say that this is quite flat. Oh my god, I had schmutz on my face, but you haven't really seen my face, so you didn't know I had schmutz on my face. So this is quite flat and parallel from an indicator perspective. Let's do one other measurement. Let's level my surface plate, and we'll use a level to measure that as well. So a level can give us the parallelism and flatness as well, which is useful. So let's make sure our plate's nice and level. Let's first make sure that our level is calibrated, and we're gonna need to get that. We're gonna need to get the plate more level first. So first of all, let's remove this. We're gonna put this on sideways here. So let's pan you in, get a slightly better shot of what we're doing. Okay, and I'll try and do most of my readings in the center. So this side of the table needs to come up, and so we need to raise these 2 points, and we need to raise these 2 points. So particularly on this axis, which is going to be very terrible for the camera angle, we're going to raise up that corner. Okay. So let's go and do that. And I forget what wrench I use. Maybe, I think probably 7/8 maybe is the right size here. No, it's smaller than that. It is, it's not 3/4, is it? It's 3/4, okay. So we're gonna raise these up. And let's see, we'll put this over here, try to figure out which corners are low. And then I'll raise this up a bit, just a smidgen. Okay, so that's roughly level there. I also will have to calibrate in the level to put you on manual focus, so you can see what I'm doing here. That's fairly leveled there. Let's adjust this up just a kiss. Oops, wrong way. There we go. That looks pretty good. Let's check here. Okay, we need to come up. We need to come down here a bit and come up there. So we're gonna go down a bit here. Ooh, that's gonna be a lot. We're gonna come up here. And this is just probably the rubber. I actually haven't leveled this since I put the heater in my garage. So now that I have a heater and have more consistent heat, hopefully this will stay level for longer here. So I really like to level on a diagonal as well. It's pretty useful. Makes it a little easier to see what's going on. So let's try and lower this. I don't know if this is necessarily a bearing point right now. I don't think it is. Yeah, that's not making contact with the floor, which means that I need to work on the other corner, and I need to raise the other corner up, which will push down on this corner. Okay, we'll go a little bit more. Okay, that looks pretty good on that axis. On this axis, I know you can't see this. We got to come up on this corner a bit. Oh, that one has the tightening nut quite tight. Let's undo that. And then we can come up a bit. Come up a bit more. Okay, we're good there. It was a drought. Bro. It wasn't that bad, chat. You're overreacting. As you always do. Lower this corner a bit. That was probably way too much. Okay, maybe it's not making contact on this corner. I need to make new leveling feet for these. These have little rubber boots on them, and the rubber is just too compliant, and it really makes doing stuff like this quite difficult because even though it's touching the floor, they can sometimes not make the most consistent contact. So I'm probably gonna design up some leveling feet that have the properties I really want to have. So flip this around. I also have to calibrate this. Once we're kind of in the ballpark of level, which I think we are about to be in now, now I can calibrate this. Okay, let's make sure. Let's flip it around. Come on. Okay, we're half to the left on the right. Half to the left on the right. Two bars right. So it looks like we're a little bit out of calibration on this level. Yup. So let's go. What's 2 plus 0.25? 2.25 over 2. 2.25 divided by 2. 1.125. So we're going to adjust this. I think it's a 3mm hex. Nope, 2.5mm hex. It's weird to use the 2.5, but they do. Okay. Just a little bit more. That looks pretty good. So there's a small little set screw on here that adjusts the vial. And so I don't know if you can see the bubble in here. Let's let that settle out. So what I'm doing is I'm adjusting the vial in there to level. And so right now you can see the bubble is like one. The way that I view this is the bubble is 1 mark to the left of the right side, right? So it's 1 mark to the left of the right side, and then I should be able to flip this around and put it in the same spot and get the same reading. And I don't. So I need to come in a bit more on my adjustment. Let's make sure we're repeating. We are kind of eyeballing where we're setting it down, make sure that we're not actually measuring different positions here, but since this is a flat plate, that is going to be the case. So what that means is we're actually kind of bang on here. So I'm going to adjust this until it says that we're right at that one mark. And we just got to go whoop. And then I like adjusting it on the tight side, where I make sure that I'm leaving it tightened. Okay, so now you can see the bubble is just kissing the right side. So it's kind of the bubble is like dead center right now. And if I flip it around, hopefully it's dead center, and if it is, then the plate's level in this axis as well. That looks really good. Chat, thoughts? How visible is that bubble? So it's just kissing that on the right side. Flip it around. That means that our level is accurate to the level itself. And we'll make sure that this repeats again. And it looks like it does. All right, so that is very level in that axis. Let's check this one. Hopefully this is good. And I need to raise that corner up just such a small amount that I'm probably going to regret trying to improve it. There we go. I didn't even make a perceivable difference. Good. There we go. Okay. The plate should be very level now. Head empty, no thoughts. Typical Twitch chat. Okay, it looks good there. And it looks good there. Holy shit, chat. That is good. That is good. All right, so what we're going to do is we're going to take our piece here now, and we're going to set it on the plate. And then we're going to check if it's level across the plate. Now I'm going to run a stone over it real quick. So we'll take our 2000 grit stone, take it off the plate quick, and then we'll just run a stone over it. Yeah, there's definitely a burr on there. So I'm just stoning it off to get rid of any burrs, any high spots that are particularly egregious. I love the smell of cast iron. Oh, that's such a good smell. Okay. That is good. Do the same to the other side as well. So I'm just making sure there's no burrs, dents, or dings, or high spots that are sticking out like a sore thumb that are going to throw off these measurements. And that feels way better. Okay, here we go. So we're actually going to put that side down to start. Make sure that that is set nice on the table in the center. Then we're going to take our level. Oh, Chad, I'm really scared. We're going to take our level and we're going to set it across it. Come on, let me pan. Let me pan! That is perfect. Literally imperceptible from the base. So that is really, really good. And let's flip it around just in case. But this basically means that this is extremely parallel horizontally. And yeah, it reproduces. There's maybe a tiny slope, but that it's like slightly under the measurement properties of this. It literally could just be the calibration I put on this. So now let's go long ways. And this one we expect to see a decent ramp. And yeah, we do. Yeah. You see it with that glare? Is that better? To have the backlight for the bubble? So this is reading roughly 75 micron per meter. So there's basically 75 micron per meter where this side is low. So this is higher. So basically we have a slope this way at about 75 micron per meter. It's maybe a little bit less. Maybe it's like 65 micron per meter. So a very, very small slope. And then let's hopefully indicate on this side, but we might not get a fantastic reading. No, I think we're actually bearing on there. And this side, it should be the same reading because we know that the plate is horizontally quite good. Yeah, this is actually a little bit steeper over here. This one's definitely 75. The other side was like 65. Then we'll come over here. We'll go to the far extreme end and see if there's any twist in our plate. That is absolutely perfect. Here, that is absolutely perfect. So it's very, very, very flat horizontally in terms of width, but in length, it's a little bit off. So I would say probably 70 to 75 micron per meter. So I'm going to actually record that. So we're going to say measured base level. We're going to say 70 micrometer per meter lengthwise. And we're going to say it's high on the, let's double check. I'm pretty sure it's high on this side, which is high on the front. Yeah. So it's about, it's about 70 high on front. Okay, and then we have 0 micrometer per meter width wise. Okay, so 70 micron per meter high, and yep, it's the front of it. When it's on the lathe, that's the front part that's high in that case. And if we were to sweep this with an indicator, you'll find that same thing. So over this distance, let's double check. Let's see how accurate everything seems to be. So let's measure this distance here. It's about 230 millimeters. So 230 millimeters divided by 1,000 millimeters, so 0.23 meters. Multiply that by 70, and we should see about 16.1 micron of delta there. So if we take our indicator and we sweep across this, we'll probably see about 16.1 of variation. So let's go indicate here. That's 0. Is that visible, chat? So we zeroed that out. Let's make sure that our 0 seems accurate. Seems a little off. Let's adjust it just a bit. So obviously, as a scraped surface, it's going to be hard to indicate it in perfectly. Pretty happy with that. I was reading 1 micron. So what we expect is about 16 micron across the entire thing. So here we go. It's climbing a little bit. It's at 5, 6. I saw 7 there. Maybe about 7. Let's sweep the other side here. Okay. Let's re-zero it in. It's roughly zeroed. Okay, that's like -5. Let's make sure that repeats. Say -5 or -6. Climbing, there it is, 0. +4. Yeah, so I'm seeing about 9 micron across that. Now keep in mind that 16 that we were hoping for is kind of, it's based on the level, which is kind of an eyeball-y thing, and the level's not necessarily perfect, so I'm quite happy with that measurements. Let's say measured 9 slope across entire base. So I'm just making notes of that because I've noted down the shim heights that I'm going to use, and I want to make sure that I'm not like counteracting the shims too much with the base, and I'm not. So basically we know that it's very parallel and flat horizontally, and then this length, I keep calling this horizontally and then this length, and then this is maybe 10 micron in this direction. So it's really in pretty good condition for us to be making these calls, in my opinion. All right. So yeah, that's really good. It's really a matter of whether or not this surface is engaging and making like basically is which parts are making contact. And the right way that you do this is we need to blue up the bed of the lathe. So this is actually pretty important because we need to make sure that we are making contact on the we need to make sure that we are making contact on the flat part and not just the V groove, because that is the final thing that will tell us that either that plate is not flat, but I'm pretty sure that plate will be flat on the top part of the casting. And if that's flat, then that means that the spindle is very worn out in terms of the internal spindle is worn out. We know that the spindle itself is in good condition. It's maybe got 10 micron of wear, 5 or 10 microns, so really not that much wear. So what we're going to do is we're going to indicate the base against the table. And this is actually really cool. I didn't think that I was going to have this conclusive of knowledge. So we're going to go to a higher f-stop. ISO is going to have to crank up. We're at ISO 5000. Let me know if that gets too grainy or the picture quality gets bad. But I'm just trying to make more of this in focus at a given time, since we're kind of looking at some depth here. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to blue up. What do I want to do? Do I want to blue up the lathe or the piece? And I think I'm going to blue up the workpiece itself. I don't know if there's a correct way to do it or if it really matters. So I'm taking some of the blue. You know what? We'll blue up the lathe because that's what I was planning to do. That's why I put the camera here. So we'll put a couple gobs of the blue here, and we'll put a couple gobs of the blue here on top and on the side. Okay. All right. And we'll roll this out. Try and make this nice and consistent. I probably put a little too much ink on here, but it's okay. We're not trying to get an accurate measurement. We're just trying to get a ballpark measurement of what's making contact. So we blued up that surface. And we'll also do these. These will definitely have way too much ink on them. Ugh. Way, way, way too much. The top shouldn't really be making contact here, but we'll see if it is. And we'll come in at the side. Okay. Cover the top. It's definitely a thick layer of blue. Unfortunately, which isn't more than I wanted to put on here. We'll try and roll it out and get rid of some of it by just putting it on the roller. Okay, so might have to indicate this in a couple times, just because we put a lot of ink on there. We might end up kind of fucking ourselves a bit. So, clean up the plate. My hands are really, really blued up and smurfy, so hopefully don't push that on anything. Okay, so, now what we're going to do is we're going to take the casting, and we're going to very gently set it on here. Okay, so that's on there. That's in the V groove and on the flat part, right? So that's sitting on here. And then I'm going to rub this along here. And I'm trying to mainly just push and pull. It's obviously making contact on the flat part. And because of that, it's pretty safe to say that our tailstock is quite bad in terms of the spindle. Okay. So, this is the pattern that we have. Am I on autofocus or manual? Let's go to auto. So this is the pattern that we have. We can see that we have pretty consistent contact on the flat part. And then we have fairly consistent contact on those surfaces, except for here. So this is on the front. So on the front of here, we're not making great contact. We're mainly making contact on the back. We're not making any contact on top, so we're not hitting the top of the V groove at all, which is good to see. But we have that strip we're clearly making contact along the entire length of the flat part, and we're clearly making contact for a lot of this V groove. Obviously, there's some that we're not. We will have to scrape in that V groove, but obviously the V groove has enough engagement that it's pretty safe to say that that part is making good engagement with the bed of the lathe. Which means one thing, and one thing only, and that is that either the top part of the tailstock is not flat, even though I see the original scrape marks from the factory, or specifically the spindle is extremely worn out. Which is pretty crazy. I wasn't expecting that. I mean, obviously the spindle is probably what does the most movement on the tailstock. Like, the tailstock probably moves on the table less often than the spindle goes in and out, because the spindle's going to go in and out whenever you're drilling or setting something up between centers. But yeah. So let's see if we can measure the flatness of the top part of the tailstock. And that will tell us everything. So we know that that's making contact with the bed. We also know that this part of the bed is flat. because I've measured that before. I don't know necessarily up near the head, but I know that this end part of the bed is quite fine. Okay, that's cleaned up good. So, that leaves one thing, chat. And I'm not looking forward to it. Because it's not good. Alright? It's not good. So we're going to clean this off real quick. Wipe it down. But it seems like we're going to be making a new spindle. It was cool to see all that blued up nice. So that's good to see. Makes me happy to know that that seems to be in good shape. And our bearing surfaces look quite good. Obviously our V-groove can be improved, but I haven't done any work on machining that V-groove. So I'm not too upset about that. Alright, so that's good. Okay. Now what we need to do is check the flatness. I'm gonna clean off this roller a bit. It's got a lot of ink on it. So we're gonna see if we can check the flatness of the we'll see if we can check the flatness of the, not this, but the top piece. So I don't know how we're gonna do that. Acetone probably smells like a nail salon, yeah. What projects are you planning on working on that require that precision? None. I don't have any projects planned. Okay. So we want to indicate the flatness of this. I think the best way for us to do that is to use a straight edge. So, okay, there's a small relief there. That's good to know. So a small relief there, so that shouldn't make any contact. Then everything else should be flat. We know that, I mean, I literally see the original scrape marks. There's no fucking way that this was scraped not flat. It would be scraped parallel to the spindle. So let's I think we just blew up a straight edge and go that way. So let's move this to the side. Put this back in. And okay. Let's check how my straight edge is doing. It should be in really good shape. I'm quite gentle with it. So we're going to do a quick check of this straight edge. It's hinging in the center. Okay, so it's a little bit concave. Let's try this. Hinging towards the end. Honestly, this might be due for a scrape. This is just ground, so it's going to have a good finish, but it's not going to be perfect. Looks like this side's pretty good. So let's check. We can just use our level here and check this. Ooh, that doesn't quite sit on there right. All right, never mind. Can't do that. We'll indicate this in. So we're gonna check roughly how parallel this straight edge is, and hopefully it's quite parallel. If it's not, well, it should be. It's a good straight edge. So let's drop this down, touch off, get to some semblance of 0. Okay. All right, so that's 22, 21, 20, 19, 18, 21. Okay, let's do it again. It's reading 15, 14, 15. Yeah, this is flat and parallel within like 2 micron, I think. $20, 21, 21, 20. Okay. Yeah, it's safe to say this is we can use this as a 2 micron reference. So that's really good. That's in great shape. As it should be. I'm very gentle with my straight edge. So we're gonna blue up a side of the straight edge, and then we're going to rub that onto here. So let's see how I'm going to hold this. I need a way to set this down somewhere and hold it and cradle it. I could put it in my vise. That's one option. I want to set it down so it's laying with the flat part up. What model is your tablet? Why does everyone ask what my fucking tablet is? I don't know. It's a Samsung something. I think it's an S8 Ultra, but I don't know. People are so into tablets. What the fuck? How is that what people care about? I didn't know people were that into tablets. It's so weird. I don't think I've ever seen a tablet and been like, holy shit, what is that tablet? I'm not trying to mock you. It's fine. You can ask the question. It's fine. I just find it funny that that's like, I've been asked that like 10 times. And it's just such an interesting thing that people are curious about. It just looks super slick. I mean, it is slick. It is accumulating a lot of spit. It's huge. Yeah, it is big. I don't know. Maybe it's an interesting tablet. Maybe I take things for granted, chat. Maybe I'm just a bad boy. All right, we're going to do it the crude way, and I'm going to just put it on the edge of the table. And then we're going to rub it right there. So let's put some bluage. Some bluage. Bluage all over this. We're going to blue up a side of this. And we'll go beep, 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 beep. Okay. And then we'll roll it out. Roll it out. Don't need the whole thing blued, but whatever blew it up. That car don't come out until next year. Where the fuck did you get it? That's $80,000 gone. Where the fuck did you spin it? Luda was like one of the very first artists I downloaded legally on peer-to-peer sharing services. Legal peer-to-peer sharing services. Where the peers would make sure well, it wasn't sharing, it was peer-to-peer authentication of ownership of the CD. God fucking damn it. Now I'm all inked. 80,000 bucks gone. You must have eyes on your back. Okay. FBI, open up. No! Alright, now we're going to do some rubbage at an angle. Chat, you're not going to believe this. It's flat. What are the fucking odds? It's flat. So obviously the way that I wiped that on there is not like a great way to do it. You'd want a way to kind of consistently be using gravity, and like I could have been rocking this back and forth, but it's so fucking obviously flat. I'm sorry. Like, you can see the original contact patterns of the original hand scrape marks that are still present on there. Like, there's no way that this surface has been worn to not being flat when I literally can see the 80-year-old hand scraping marks on here. You can see where the blue has picked up specifically in the high spots of those scraping marks. You can see some of that like checkerboarding pattern. It's flat. So that leaves one thing, and that is the spindle is extremely worn out. Now, that doesn't mean that I can't compensate for it by adjusting the angle of the table, or the base, but we know that this is flat. This is probably flat within 2 or 3 micron. It's a precision machine designed literally for maximum fucking precision. I can guarantee you that this is scraped very flat and parallel to the spindle's axis. So that effectively leaves one thing, and that is our spindle is worn, which is kind of what everything is pointing to. And it's okay. But it means that it effectively means that we have to rebore the spindle. And we have to bore it oversize, and then we have to have a custom spindle manufactured for this. Which is cool, because we get to contact a shop and have them machine that out, and we can upgrade to a Morse taper 3 instead of a Morse taper 2. I'll have to do some math and make sure that I have enough meat to upgrade to a large enough spindle that could suit a Morse taper without getting absolutely fucked. But I'm gonna imagine that's the case. Look, I'm a Smurf. Flat Earth confirmed. But is your tablet flat? Probably not. I bet tablets aren't that flat. I mean, glass is quite flat. It's probably flat within... So glass will have, like, divots, right? And, like, stress marks and stuff from where it basically has stretched and shrank from stress. Glass is quite flat. Like, glass is probably the flattest thing that the average person interacts with. Basically, if a suction cup can suck to it, it's going to be quite flat. Although the surface finish is really important. Like, my super flat scraped surfaces wouldn't have a suction cup adhere to them, right? Because they have too many passages. So yeah, basically that's fucking flat. So that means that if this is flat to 10 micron, this is flat to probably, let's say the same thing, 10 micron, assuming worst case scenario that they are accumulating an error, and this 10 micron is adding up with this 10 micron, and there's a 20 micron slope across this entire thing. That still doesn't account for the fact that we have another 250 micron to go, or like 270 more micron. And that 270 micron literally can only come from one place, and that is the spindle. Which is just crazy. But she's just clapped out, chat. I don't know what to tell you. Like, you want good news. So how do we... Let's see. Let's pull it out, and then we know that the outside is ground, and then let's try and wiggle it around in there, and let's see how much it wiggles. Oh, it's so much, chat. It's such a huge gap. I have to clean off some of this oil. So let's wipe this off. Need a new paper towel spindle. A spindle of paper towels. Okay, so let's pan you in. Let's go here, and a little bit of zoom. Woo! Wasn't expecting it to come out there, chat. To be honest. Okay. Clean, clean, clean. Clean, clean, clean. Clean, clean, clean. Clean, clean. Clean. Stuff this in there. Clean. Clean. Alright, it's passably clean. Okay. So, we'll bring it in here. And basically what we expect is that how much would this have to wiggle for this to make sense? So if this wiggles in place, we have a 250 micron shim. Does that mean this should wiggle 250 micron, chat? Is that how that works? Or is there more to it? Okay, we're going to zero this out at 0. I don't know if you can read that indicator at all, but I kind of have to have it on top. So it's at 200. If I push down, oops. Okay. I put it on a new center point, I guess. Rip. I should really do this on the machine where it's clamped down, but I'm not going to. So if I push down, I really don't get a change. So we're at 200, and then let's lift up. And we're reading 344. So back down to 212 to 344. 212, 346, 212, 210 if I press pretty hard, to 351. So 212 to 351. 212 to 351. So that is 351, 212. So that's 139 micron. And shim-wise, we had an additional like 250. So what are we measuring here? Because this is at full extension. Would I expect this to be all 250? I mean, it's close. It's 150 micron, and there's another 100 in there, basically. And would that be from... We know that this is cylindrical. We know that the bottom is flat. We know that what we stacked it up on is flat and parallel, and this is flat. So basically we pass the parallelism up all the way through. So effectively this is directly contacting the bed of the lathe. And let's see. A little bit of wiggle there. I mean, is it cosine error here? I don't think so. I don't think it's cosine error. But we'll test. $100. Oh yeah, there's definitely some cosine error. Yeah, I'm seeing 200 now on this. Okay, crank this up. Say 60. 140. Yeah, I'm seeing almost 200 micron here. I'm curious if... Yeah, I mean, that's fair. The amount that this is wiggling up and down is not necessarily indicative exactly of the slope, because it's still being anchored in the back, right? So there's not a great way to measure that. I think we've kind of already measured that. Well, we know the outside is actually quite quite concentric. So let's actually probe the outside, and let's do a little in out, okay? Really, not much change here. And I guess that's because I'm probing it at the same location. I guess what I care about is at the tip, when I'm at 3.75. Not right here. So let's go all the way to the tip. The tippy tip. Because that's where we're actually measuring. Bend that down a bit. Go here. It's a good patch. Okay. I'm indicating... I'm indicating 200 micron. And we lift up on this. And I'm seeing 492. Let it drop down. Help it a little bit. Let's push it down. Actually, we can just clamp it down. Okay. Clamping it actually brings it up a little bit, which is interesting. So we'll go by clamp. We'll push it down. Negative, or I'm seeing 184. 184, chat. Remember that, 184. And then I'm gonna raise it up. I'm actually gonna hold it. 184. And we're going to lift this up. 486. So 184 to 486. 184 to 486. Let's double check that. 184 to 486. That reproduces. So that is 46 minus 184. That's 302. And the difference in shims was 520, 512, 515 over 2, 230, 236 over 2. Subtract them, 284. So we're measuring 302, and we had 284 difference on the shims. And what's interesting is when I zero this in it actually goes, when I clamp it down, it goes to 200 instead of 184, which is 486 minus 200, which is 286, and that's bang on. Okay, all of the slop in this is literally just in the spindle. So this is flat, and the spindle is just fucked. All right, chat. Well, that's the conclusion for the day. Probing it while it isn't tightened down. I mean, I can feel it. It's pretty obvious where the forces are coming from. I'm not too worried about that. So, and that lines up with the slope. That lines up with literally everything we observed. So effectively, I can counteract that by tilting it up. And it's so cool that my measurements lined up on everything I've done to within 2 micron in the like extend it and measure it on the inside as well as this. So this part is definitely flat. This was definitely extremely precise. This flat part was extremely concentric with respect to this spindle. It's just that this spindle is completely worn and oval out, and it's now flat. Let's check the lateral movement on it. But so we'll try and check the side-to-side action we have. But I suspect there's really no side-to-side action here. Oops. See, this is hard without it clamped down. I'm seeing maybe 60 micron there. Obviously, that's not clamped down, so that's not a great measurement. But the up and down, I'm able to hold this down very firmly. I'm not worried about the base moving. And if you want proof, I can probe the base while I do my wiggles. And you can't see it. You can't see the indicator at all. So that's fun for chat. How can I get this indicator more visible without massive error? There we go. I'm wiggling it up and down, and it's not even moving 1 micron. I don't know if you can see that. I don't know if I need to get that in so you believe me. But holding this down with my hand like I was doing and wiggling this, the indicator's not even moving a micron. You can physically see this moving. I can physically feel it jumping around, and that's not moving at all. It's pretty easy to feel even 10 micron of movement with human hands. It was pretty obvious I didn't need it clamped down. Anyways, chat, that's the stream for today. I hope you enjoyed it. Basically, I would have to oversize this and regrind this. Otherwise, the other option is I can basically intentionally